closer. And
Is that better?
that's perfection. Thank you.
Yes, much better.
And then Miss Cynthia, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Cindy Cocchiaro, 10918 Trotting Ridge Way, Columbia, Maryland, 21044.
Thank you kindly. And let's see, we have Mr. Getman. I'll promote him up. Oh, and then looks like Commissioner Evans is having a little trouble here. Let me see if I can ask him to unmute and start video.
Here I am.
Perfect. We can hear you now and see you. Wonderful. All right. There's Mr. Getman. Can you hear me, Ron? Mr. Getman?
I know.
Might be having technical difficulties. Let me try giving him a call real quick.
You might have to slide it in. What's in you vomiting your head? Can you hear Bill? Just keep talking. Mr. Gilman. Okay.
To call in and connect using his phone audio, and then we'll be all set.
Mr. Hall, this is also my son, Martin Fowler.
Yes.
Did you want him to state his name and everything too?
Oh, I see he's connected in separately. Let me bring him up.
No, that's my husband. This is my son here sitting next to
Oh,
me.
perfect. Yes, if he's looking to testify, then we will definitely want him to state his name and address for the record.
My name is Martin Fowler, Junior 959 Fall Circle Way, Gambros, Maryland, 21054.
Thank you, sir. We'll get everyone sworn in together in just a moment. Bring Marty Fowler up. And then Mr. Fowler Sr., if you would, unmute, and we'll get your name and record for the name and address for the record as well.
Yep. Martin Fowler Sr., 959 Fall Circle Way, Gambros, Maryland, 21054.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. We'll give Mr. Getman just one more minute here. It does take a little while to get through the phone prompts. And there he is. Robin, if you would bring up the number ending in 5752.
You should be enabled to talk.
Can you hear us, Mr. Getman? Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect. If you would state your name and address for the record.
Rodney Getman.
Oh. Looks like we're getting a little feedback there. Robin, you could mute him. Thank you, Robin. All right, Mr. Getman, if you can hear me, you'll probably want to turn off the audio on your computer and just use the phone. All right, so if you would bring him back up, hopefully he's got that squared away. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, still got that feedback. There we go. Trying to think of what could be causing that on your end, sir. If you're on speakerphone, you might want to disable that. Otherwise, if the computer's audio is still on, definitely turn that one down. All right, let's try that one more time.
Is that better?
So far, fingers crossed. All right. If you would try to state your name and address one more time.
Rodney Getman. 989 Sunny Court, Gambrills, Maryland. 21054.
All right. Still a little echo, but not enough to impact. Thank you, sir. And then I see Debbie Getman in here as well. Is she on a separate system, or is she there with you, sir?
She was just trying to help me get on.
Oh, okay. So she's not looking to testify.
No, she can get off if you'd like her to.
Nope, she's okay. I was just making sure. I've got to get everyone in for the record. All right, so I believe that's everyone. So if everyone involved in this case could go ahead and unmute, I'll need an affirmative from you at the end of this. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If I
do.
could get an affirmative from everyone looking to testify. Thank you.
Yes, I do.
I do.
Mr. Fowler, you're still muted. If I could get you to unmute and just affirm that for me.
I do.
Yeah.
That's you over there.
Try to ask him to unmute there.
I'm here.
All right, if you would just affirm the oath I just stated.
You want me to state my name again?
No, sir. So the oath was, do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're golden. You may proceed.
Our audio keeps going in and out.
Okay, can we start with the complainant, please? Teresa Fowler, please.
Right,
I'm sorry, we're only hearing every other
name
word.
And address. Oh. We also need the name and address for the officer for the case. Officer Herbert, if you would.
Officer Herbert, 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Thank you kindly.
Teresa Fowler, please proceed.
I've never done one of these before. I'm not sure what to do.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, you're the defendant.
We start with the
need-
county.
Hey, Larry, Officer Herbert's gonna go ahead and get things started, okay?
We're
Okay,
only
fine.
hearing every other word that everybody is saying. You want me to log out and then log back in?
Philip, can you take that question?
Yeah, if you think that would help, please do. If you're having connectivity issues,
Okay.
Maintaining a hardwired connection to whichever device you're using can help, as opposed to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi can be a little spotty for
Okay.
Zoom.
All right. I'll be right back.
And just a note, as a matter of courtesy, generally speaking, do attempt to stay muted unless called upon. Just helps to clean up the audio channel for everybody.
Tony was looking for you. Don't give me that.
Speaking of which, Mr. Fowler, if you would mute.
I'm sorry.
Interesting.
There. Okay, sorry.
No worries. It looks like you're coming through nice and clear now. All right. So, Officer Herbert, do you want to?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
On July 28th, 2020, Animal Care and Control's dispatch office received a call from Rodney Getman advising that he was walking his two dogs this morning when a neighbor's dog from 959 Fall Circle Way got past its owner while they were letting a visitor, Cindy Cocciano, into their home. The dog came straight at Mr. Getman and his two dogs, attacking the smaller one. Mr. Getman advised that he managed to pin down the attacking dog long enough for the owner to retrieve the dog. The owner of the dog, later identified as Teresa Fowler, secured her dog inside her residence and then proceeded to follow Mr. Getman to the Arundel Veterinary Emergency Clinic on Bestgate Road in Annapolis. Mr. Getman's dog, Buster, a Yorkie Poo, was treated and received 3 sutures and a drain to repair the laceration on his neck. Veterinary records for Buster Getman were obtained on August 1st, 2020. On July 28th, 2020, Animal Care and Control Officer Licioni was dispatched to the suspect dog's owner's address of 959 Fall Circle Way in Gambrills, Maryland, 21054, Anne Arundel County, for the mandatory impound under public safety of Loki, a Shepherd mix, tan and color, neutered male, owned by Teresa Fowler. Officer Licioni impounded Loki without incident, and obtained statements from Mrs. Fowler and her son Martin, as well as taking an exposure report for Mr. Getman, as he was unsure of whether he was bitten by Loki or his own dog Buster. On August 3rd, 2020, after careful review of the evidence by myself, Officer Herbert, and the administrator of Animal Care and Control, it was decided that the owner of Loki, Teresa Fowler, would be issued a potentially dangerous order due to the public safety violations under Anne Arundel County Code, Article 12, 4, 402A3, 402A5, 402A6, Public Safety, and Article 12-4-905, Animals Running at Large. Ms. Fowler was then notified via email with the following documents that were attached for Mrs. Fowler to begin the process of complying with the order. Attached was an example of a potentially dangerous order, the Anne Arundel County Public Safety Law, Article 12-4-402, the County Council Bill concerning potentially dangerous, and vicious animals, an appeal letter, and a request for public information form. On August 5th, 2020, Ms. Fowler was served a potentially dangerous order for her dog Loki. The order was signed and returned to Animal Care and Control on August 6th, along with the appeal to the order. The commission hearing was then scheduled for September 14th, 2020, which is today. On August 11th, Ms. Fowler advised the Public Safety Office that she was ready for inspection, and Officer Simpson responded to the owner's property at 959 Fall Circle Way, Ambrose, Maryland, 21054, to perform an inspection for the compliance of the potentially dangerous order. The inspection was completed, photographs were taken, and Ms. Fowler was found to be in full compliance. Loki was returned to her the same day. On August 28th, 2020, I, Officer Herbert, received via email from Ms. Fowler the risk assessment done on Loki via Zoom meeting with Mary Huntsberry, MA, of Helping Pets Behave in Gaithersburg, Maryland. This incident occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland, and Loki resides at the home of the owner, Teresa Fowler, at 959 Fall Circle Way, Ambrose, Maryland, 21054, Anne Arundel County. Thank you.
Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Can we hear from Teresa Fowler now? But before we start, Teresa, can you explain what it is you're appealing?
I'm appealing the potentially dangerous that was posted on Loki.
Okay, we understand that, but there are about 13 different requirements that go with compliance of a potentially dangerous order, and you've obviously complied with all 13 because the dog is home. So are you challenging all 13 or some select requirements?
I guess all 13.
Okay.
The from the evaluation that Mary Huntsberry gave, she thinks that after the behavioral modification training that we did Loki, that should be able to get past what she called his sentry guard that he got because he would sit by the front window in the mornings and afternoons to get the sun. And because he would watch the animals go by, he thought that that was his property. And I guess his disposition made it that he was guarding the property. And that's why when he saw Mr. Getman and his pets come by, why he went to them. And she thinks that with his modifications, behavioral modification, that should no longer happen.
Okay.
So I request that after he's done with his training and everything, if Mary Huntsberry, if she could give another assessment, if we'd be able to reconsider that at least for the potentially dangerous. He is walked now with a full muzzle on his face, along with the shorter leash. He used to have a 6-foot leash. Now he has only a 4-foot leash. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to say here. It's we've never been in this position before or had to attend to anything like this.
Okay, so just so that I understand, you're asking us to remove entirely the potentially dangerous order on the basis of an assessment of behavior modification.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else wish to testify?
I wasn't sure what my responsibility, what was expected of me today from the commission. Can you tell me, give me some idea of what it is I should be testifying about? Am I testifying about the disposition that I see when I'm at the Fowler home, the interaction between Loki and myself?
It's my understanding that you were a witness to the incident, and can you provide some insight as to what you actually saw?
What I saw was Loki was excited to see me. He knows me very well. Teresa opened the door for him to come out and greet me. Loki came up and greeted me, and then he looked excited in a happy way. And I turned and I saw Mr. Getman and the 2 dogs coming around my car that was parked in the driveway. I saw Loki trot up to Mr. Getman and his dogs and heard Mr. Getman yelling for Teresa to get Loki, and Loki was running around the dogs. I thought that they were just playing at first. Then it was pretty chaotic with the 2 dogs getting tangled on their leashes and Loki running around them. I was trying to help catch Loki, but I wasn't able to. And then Mr. Getman ended up on the ground. I thought he had tripped over the leashes. And then Loki.
Can I interject here?
Yes,
Yes.
who's speaking? I'm sorry.
Officer Herbert.
No?
No, it was Mr. Getman.
Go ahead,
Can I interject? When she opened the door to let friend in, the dog did not greet her. He came straight in attack mode at my dogs. He wasn't running around. He didn't do a meet and greet. He went straight to attack.
That is not true. That is not true.
Sorry, I was under the impression that I was speaking and that I would be able to complete.
Well, we're talking about perceptions here, and since I was the one in the middle of the attack, there was no running around. It was a straight attack. No meet and greet, no friendly, no tail wags, straight attack. And I got tangled up with him, and I actually dropped on him onto the ground to make sure that one of you people could get a hold of him, and then you tried to put a shock collar on him instead of getting him out of the area so I could get up off the ground.
Can we have one testimony at a time, please?
Thank you.
Cindy, please continue.
Thank you. So Loki ended up grabbing Buster, who was at that time near Mr. Getman, and then Martin came out to help get Loki under control. And then Loki was taken into the house.
Okay. Mr. Getman, you can respond to that.
Yeah, he was taken into the house, but they were standing trying to put a shock collar on him instead of getting him out of the area. I had to ask him like 3 times to take him in the house so that I could get up off the ground and attend to my dogs and get untangled and see who was bleeding besides me.
Mr.
And
Getman,
we actually.
Mr. Getman, were you injured?
Well, I had a big bang on my elbow because I dropped into the blacktop on top of the dog. And then I had several teeth nicks on my hands, but I'm not sure which dog it was from since there were 3 sets of teeth there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Fowler.
If we want to talk about the attack, Loki was standing out front with Cindy while she was petting him, and he did not charge at Mr. Getman and did not start getting aggressive until Mr. Getman kicked him. Now, I ended up on the ground myself 3 times, was checked out by my doctor, and the bruises and everything were put in my file from being kicked by Mr. Getman and from falling on the ground. Mr. Getman wasn't standing there begging us to get the dog away from him when we were able to get the dogs apart because of all of the entanglement of the leashes and everything. Then we got Pookie by his collar and were able to take him into the house. We didn't want to take him just by his collar. He had to have a leash put on him to ensure that he would go into the house because everybody's adrenaline was all over everywhere. But he did not automatically attack that dog until he started being kicked.
But at the point at which he was kicked, he had already started attacking the other dogs, correct?
No, he started attacking the other dogs when he was being kicked. And the fact that Mrs. Mary Huntsberry said the fact that he didn't attack who was kicking him and the dog showed that that his concentration was she has it in her report here if I could find exactly what she said. No, you kicked him when they were running around in circles on him.
I didn't kick the dog until he was attacking, trying to break his concentration on my dog.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question.
That's not what I saw. That's not what I saw because when we got there, you were kicking at him before he was even had touched your dog.
Well, my dog was squealing when I kicked him the first time, so obviously the attack went first.
Okay, any other testimony?
I don't have anything else to say. There were also 2 other neighbors out there who assisted after they got the other dog inside, so I don't know whether they were called or talked to or not.
Okay. I have a question for Mrs. Fowler.
Yes.
Mr. Getman says that you attempted on 3 occasions to put a shock collar on the dog to return it to the residence. Is that true?
No, we did not try one time. When my son got the shock collar out of the house, we were able to put it on immediately. There was no 3 attempts. It was just that when he brought it out of the house, we put it on him and took him in the house. We did not have to use it. The controller wasn't even outside.
Okay. I mean, to me, ownership of a shock collar is indicative of some kind of misbehavior.
Letting Harry return it.
We had the shock collar from when we owned our Doberman 5 years ago, and we found that when we first start training them to come on the leash and to sit and everything, that's the trainer that we used at the time. That's how we did it. And then
just for clarification, the tool is used in lots of different ways of training, so not necessarily indicative of poor behavior, perhaps in this case, but not in all.
Okay,
correct.
thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, correct. With Loki, most of his training was done with treats and the clicker.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further testimony? If there's no further testimony, we're going
Mr.
to.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'd just like to ask Ms. Fowler, she said that the dog was going through behavior modification training. Do you know when that will be completed and maybe come back for reconsideration once it's successfully completed?
She said we should at least have 6 visits per vacation before she can assess him again.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it's all done by Zoom because of the social distancing. So,
Right. Okay. Thank you.
There's no further testimony. We will close the hearing for the commission to deliberate.
you want to say something? Go ahead.
Please speak up.
Hi, I just want to say that every time I walk my dog, when I come near Buster, he always growls and barks at him. And then,
Buster does.
yeah, Buster does. Then my dog just whines and growls at him. So every time I try to walk past him, Buster always like growls and barks at him.
Okay, thank you. Any other testimony? Okay, testimony is closed. Commissioners, let's deliberate. Greg, your opinion? Greg, you're on mute. There you go.
So I can see that this was based on what I've seen, it's just a one-time incident. And so I'd be open to see if the commission would be to drop the potential. But everything else, I don't really have anything else. I'm not either for or against it. So because it only has one incident, so I'm not sure where to go.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Ed?
Well, obviously we have a, both parties traumatic experience, and the only part about it that bothers me was the at large, that the dog wasn't under control at the time, and what can be done to prevent that in the future and keep it from happening. I don't think that behavior modification may go that far to keep it from keep him from being at large again and this potentially happening again. And that bothers me, but I would not be against maybe lowering the PDO to a warning letter. I wouldn't be against it, but I do have some reservations about just simply about it being at large and able to repeat the incident, and that's all that I'm concerned about.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Officer Ravenel?
Yes, I'm open as well to a letter of warning if animal control has no other history of the dog attacking, which was not offered during this session. And it seems like the owner has taken steps to rectify the property. Again, I think question to be asked is there are other restrictions or obstacles for the dog not to be able to flee from the property. But I'm receptive. I'm in agreement that a warning is enough.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
Yeah, I was like Ed was saying, my main concern is the dog running at large. It seems like they have control over the dog when they're walking on a leash. That's not when this incident happened. It's a dog slipping out the front door and preventing that from happening again. It seems like if the dog is home, they have the fencing for the back. If they have the secondary barriers at the entrances to the home, this wouldn't have happened. And I believe in the warning letter, it does outline all of these recommendations, right? They're recommendations at this point, and they've complied with that. So not with a history of biting before, if the dog is under control with these, with a warning letter and they've complied, I'm open to dropping the potentially dangerous to a warning letter. But this is a serious wake-up call for this family, that this dog does, need behavior modification, but I don't think that's a you still need these other recommendations in place to prevent the dog from slipping out the front door. And if they take that seriously, going forward, in a 3-year-old dog, we have a lot of years ahead of us where we could be here with a second incident, because there's a full life ahead of this dog. So I would say I'm open to a warning letter, but they need to really commit to keeping these kinds of things in place for the rest of this dog's life to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I'm open to a warning letter, again, because it outlines everything that they've already complied with.
Thank you, Stephanie. Elizabeth?
I agree. I agree with the other members of the commission. Running at large is a pretty big problem, and they have put steps in place to prevent it. They've sought some professional help, which is good. I do think that I would consider a warning letter, and I would strongly suggest never removing the secondary barriers, regardless of any training, behavior modification, etc. And then the behavior modification must include some recall and control. I mean, it's one thing to address the dog's drive for the animals and other things that they're looking at out the window, but there's also the control. So of not letting the dog run at large, huge. What else? Let's see. No history that we've heard, so I agree with that. So I'm with everyone else. I would consider a warning letter, but again, a very important wake up call. So, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I don't have anything to add. I pretty much agree with the commissioners. Again, it is a wake up call. The family is in compliance with the current requirements, and we hope we keep them in place should we back this down to a warning letter. I don't think behavior modification alone via Zoom is the answer. Continued training and implementation of the 13 requirements, I think, is essential. But do I hear a motion?
I just wanted to comment to the Fowler family real quickly before we move. Just a note that although Loki wasn't aggressive to humans in this event, that their drive and against other animals is still considered a danger to public safety. So that I hope that also helps you realize that this is very serious. It doesn't have to be a human bite, that going after other animals and dogs like that, that is potentially dangerous. And without a history, I think we're being pretty fair with going down to a warning letter, but that's what we mean by the wake-up call. It's not just human bites, but on animals. I take this very seriously.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion, Larry, to modify it to a warning letter with strong recommendation to keep the secondary barrier.
We have a second. Okay. All in favor, raise their hands so we can see you. It is unanimous. Thank you all. Philip, can you call the next case?
Yes, sir. Just making those notes. Got that. All right. Thank you. Let's see. Next case is Animal Care and Control versus Cynthia Halloran for the appeal of the dangerous order of the dog Jack. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. If you would please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature, I'll get you added in one by one, get you to state your name and address for the record, and then we'll get everybody sworn in at the end there. All right, I've got a Jennifer Alexander, bringing her up. And asking her to bring up audio and video. Ms. Alexander, if you're able to, please start your video and unmute your audio. go. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, can you hear us?
Perfectly. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Alexander. I'm at 888 Bestgate Road, Suite 402 in Annapolis, Maryland, 21401. I represent Cynthia Halloran, who is present to my left in the white shirt. She's the owner of Jack. And also present to my right in the teal shirt is Tekla, the trainer who will be testifying. We have one other witness who is also appearing, should be by phone on the hearing. Her name is Heather Boyner.
Let's see. And thank you for that. I've got her on Zoom here. I'll get her added in next. If I could get your two associates to state name and address for record.
Cynthia Halloran, 305 Bowline Court, Severna Park, 21146, and I'm Jackson.
Thank you.
Tekla Walton, Tekla's Canine Academy, 7111 Dorsey Run Road, Suite 106, Elkridge, Maryland, 21075.
Thank you kindly. All right, so let me get the Berdinskis up here. Perfect, there we go. If you would both please state name and address for the record.
Sure, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Kevin Burdinsky, 305 Stowaway Lane, Severna Park, Maryland.
Kendall Condor, 305 Stowaway Lane, Severna Park, Maryland.
Thank you both kindly. And then let's get Miss Heather here. There we go. You can hear us, Miss Heather?
Good morning, yes.
Perfect. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Heather Buhner, 17145 Heiser Road, Berlin Center, Ohio.
Thank you. And Officer Thomas, if you'd do the same.
Hi, it's Serena Thomas with Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control, 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Thank you. And looks like we just need one Mr. Burton. I don't see him here. Give me just one moment. Let me reach out to him. No answer from Mr. Burton. Have you heard from him, Officer Thomas?
I'm sorry, sir, I haven't.
All right. Try him one more time. Still no response from him, so we will have to proceed. So, if I could have everyone unmute and just give me an affirmation at the end of the oath here. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you all. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. So on June 9, 2020, I received a bite report from Police Communications that a Kevin Brudzinski of 305 Stowaway Lane in Severna Park was bitten by a boxer during an altercation with his dog. During the investigation, Mr. Brudzinski advised that he and his wife were walking their dogs, Max, a Beagle mix, and Austin, a mixed breed, on leashes. He explains that they were walking, and when they approached 305 Bowline Court, they saw a man and his son, whom they recognized as being the near neighbors of 305 Bowline, returning a large boxer to the fenced-in area of 305 Bowline yard. They continued on their walk. All of a sudden, a large boxer was running directly towards them. Mr. Brudzinski then advised that his wife picked their one dog up, Austin, up, and the boxer jumped up on her, placing its front paws on her arm. Kendall, his wife, shook the dog off, and the dog began barking aggressively. They both then started yelling at the boxer to shoo and calling for the owner. During this time, the dog turned and started to attack Max. He began to swing Max, whom was in his harness, with his left arm to try and get him away from the boxer so he could pick him up. Boxer wouldn't let up. Mr. Brudzinski advised that the boxer didn't have a collar on, so he tried to push the dog off Max with his right hand as he continued to try and pull him away from the boxer with his left. At this time, the boxer clamped down on his hand with his mouth, puncturing his thumb and drawing blood. They continued to shout, "Help." Eventually, the homeowner of the house came out. In the beginning, the homeowner did not restrain her dog, however, starting shouting at the dog's name, and asked his wife, how did her dog get out, as the dog continued to attack Max. The boxer then moved slightly away, and the owner fell on her dog to restrain him. At this point, another large boxer was loose also. Mr. Brudzinski advised that his wife took the dogs back home. He had asked the boxer's owner if she had a leash, and she advised that she did in her garage. On June 10, 2020, owner Cynthia Halloran was contacted and advised of the incident and advised that her dog would have to come into our facility under public safety investigation and quarantine for the animal attack and the human bite exposure. Ms. Halloran submitted a statement and advised that she had tree trimmers at the property on the morning of the 9th. They didn't latch the gate when they left, and Jack, her boxer, was able to push through it and get out. She advised that she didn't know how he was getting out until the incident was over. She advised that Jack got out 30 minutes before the incident, and he was next door playing with the neighbor's dog, and the neighbors brought him back. She explained that shortly after she heard the dogs barking, a few minutes later, she heard a fight. She looked out her window, observed her dog Jack tangled up with the dogs of the neighbors. She advised that she did not keep collars on her dogs at home unless it was the invincible fence collar, which Jack has not yet been trained on. She advised that she ran out after him. She didn't have a collar or leash with her. She advised that she managed to get him into the yard, went back to speak with the other family and give them their information. Ms. Halloran advised that Jack's never bit before. He's an AKC champion show dog. She advised that since COVID, shows have been canceled, and she had him home and realized that she needed some more training on his street leash handling. After reviewing the case file, Animal Care and Control did issue a dangerous order to Ms. Halloran and means to protect the public and the other animals from further incidences under Article 12.443 for at large and for inflicting a severe injury to a domestic as well as an injury to a human. The order was amended on number 13 of the order that allowed Jack to be sent to the Tesla Canine Academy and the compliance with 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, and 11 of the orders that was imposed. And pending the appeal, Jack was released, and we're here today on the appeal. And Mr. and Mrs. Brudzinski is here. They can testify in reference to the incident that occurred.
Mr. Chair, when it's appropriate, I'd like to ask Officer Thomas just a few questions whenever you deem it's appropriate. I can't hear you, sir.
Where did he go?
You're muted, Larry.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. We'll get to you, Ms. Alexander. Mr. and Mrs. Burdinsky, please testify.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. As far as, I mean, the bottom line with this case is that my wife and I do not feel safe in this neighborhood. Between the extreme aggression that was displayed by Jack on that day, in addition to the things that we learned later about, histories of dog attacks stemming from this address, we are not going to feel safe unless the dangerous order is implemented and all requirements are met. Just as far as a few things to add to what Officer Thomas brought up, my wife and I, we were not on Miss Halloran's property whatsoever when this occurred. We were across the street in the grass. We had seen that that the dog was already out and that the neighbor was bringing it back, so we stopped to allow that to occur so the dog could be put back in the fence before we proceeded on our way again. Our dogs were sniffing in the grass. They weren't barking or anything like that when we realized that Jack was now in the middle of the street. He was out again. And again, before we knew it, the dog had jumped up on Kendall, had tried to get at our little dog, our little 10-pound dog, and then immediately turned and started aggressively going after Max, trying to get after his neck and his groin. Like I said,
who is a 50-pound beagle? This is not a small dog.
Right, a 50-pound beagle. As Officer Halloran mentioned, Max was in a harness, and I was repeatedly trying to swing Max to get him away from this event and trying to push Jack off. I'm a relatively strong person. I couldn't do that. And he just kept, we kept spinning and spinning. We ended up in the middle of the road. And he just still was keeping at it. And at that point, he clamped down on my hand as well, on my thumb, puncturing it deeply. So at that point, Miss Halloran did come out. She, as was mentioned, she was asking, did you see how it got out? As the dog was continuing to attack us, it was not stopping. As we continued to try to get away, and as we approached her property, she did manage to fall on top of the dog and tried to restrain it by its paws, but she barely had it on.
While she was exclaiming, I need help, I need help, right. I need help.
And it was at this point in time that somebody else in the neighborhood had actually also heard this, drove up, and was so concerned with how dangerous this dog appeared that he offered to help assist us defend ourselves with a hammer. We declined. My wife and I are dog lovers. We've had several dogs between us. We weren't trying to escalate the situation any further. We said, no, sir, do not do that. But again, clearly this was such an aggressive and dangerous situation. This man felt obligated to come and try to help us. As it continued, we asked Kendall to just remove the dogs, and I was standing in between the dogs and Jack because it seemed very precarious. And it was at this point that other neighbors began to come out. As Officer Thomas mentioned, the other dog ran off. It actually ran towards a young family who was pushing a stroller. And after Kendall had removed both of our dogs from the situation, that's when Miss Halloran was able to get the dogs indoors, once our dogs were gone and removed from the scene. At which case other neighbors had come out at this point. One of the other neighbors had mentioned to me, this has happened before. And yeah, so afterwards, Miss Halloran did give me her information. And yeah, so then after that, we have other neighbors who came by to ask how we were doing, to check in on us because they heard that what had happened. Max had received sutures. He had several puncture wounds and lacerations, and we took him to the vet that very evening. They had to sedate him in order to add sutures for some of the deeper puncture wounds. And he was terrified for days. He kept waking up out of a sleep and sprinting. So I took several days off just to be able to comfort him. But we had several neighbors coming by and to check up how we were doing. And that's when we had learned that there had been previous incidents of dogs escaping and attacking other neighbors' dogs and people. That's what Mr. Burton, his wife, Miss Ellen, had been attacked by dogs previously at this address where they had attacked another animal and then attacked Miss Ellen herself. The county had issued a warning in that situation. And that's when we learned about that. So had other neighbors come up and also mentioned that there had been issues at the property. And so between the extreme aggression that was displayed, not stopping when we were saying sit, heel, all of that, the wounds that were inflicted on our dog, and the fact that in our discussions with other neighbors that there have been previous incidents, we are simply not going to feel safe unless the dangerous order is upheld and all requirements are put in place and to be met. And so we implore the commission to do that. So,
thank you. Officer Thomas, Mr. Burdinsky, references history with this dog. Do you have the history?
We don't have history with Jack, no. The history at the property, and I'm just looking it up and everything. If you go under animals, please. So the history at the property was that we had 2 warning letters that were issued to 2 other dogs that Mrs. Halloran owned in reference to incidences that occurred with those dogs off the property. Those dogs are not active now. She does not have those dogs. That's the history that we actually have at the property.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add from the complainants?
They're not all on the property.
Ms. Buhner, would you like to testify? You're on mute.
Mr. Chair, she's one of our witnesses.
Oh, okay, thank you. So on the complainant side, do we have any other testimony before we move on?
No, sir.
Okay, Officer Thomas?
No, we're good, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alexander?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can, may I ask Officer Thomas and Mr. Burdinsky some questions before presenting our testimony?
That is fine.
Thank you. Officer Thomas, good morning. It's Jennifer Alexander. You weren't present at the time of the incident itself, is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
So the history that you read today to the commission came from your interview with Mr. and Mrs. Burdinsky, as well as the statement that you got from Cynthia, correct?
Correct.
This incident was actually reported to animal control by Cynthia Halloran, Jack's owner, right?
Correct.
She self-reported this incident, I believe, about 15 minutes after it happened. Isn't that true?
Correct. It came in through our dispatch office.
And don't you agree that that's pretty rare that an owner of a dog involved in an incident self-reports the incident?
No, ma'am. We get it all the time.
So Ms. Halloran, you would agree, was acting as a responsible citizen in self-reporting this incident, correct?
She was reporting the incident.
Right, and she told you why she was reporting it because she felt it was the right thing to do with what was recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you would agree that Ms. Halloran throughout this process has been extremely cooperative with animal control as per the notes in animal control's file?
Yes.
She has even offered to bring Jack to animal control when you advised or one of your colleagues advised that Jack needed to be quarantined, correct?
Yes.
She's been very cooperative in providing you with information via email, as well as keeping you abreast of different mitigation techniques that she has engaged in since this incident. Is that true?
Yes, we had a lot of communication back and forth, yes.
Now, there's an intake sheet that is completed when a dog like Jack is taken and quarantined at animal control. Are you familiar with that sheet?
Yes, are you talking about the animal data sheet?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly, yes, the animal data sheet, which is Exhibit 3 in the packet of information that was submitted last week to the commission. And I believe that Phil acknowledged receipt of that. So I don't know, Phil, you can pull that up on the screen or not.
No, I have it.
For the benefit of the rest of the commission, I wonder if he can pull that up.
Yep, I do have the exhibits that you requested. Let me see here. Are you looking to start at number 1, I think?
No, Phil, could you do number 3, the animal data sheet, please?
Number 3, not a problem. Give me one moment. Let me share my feed here. Let's get that in. There we go.
Thank you. So can you see the the animal data sheet, or do you have a copy in front of you?
I have a copy, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is Jack's intake sheet when he came to animal control on June 10th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And Jack is noted at that time to have been 1 year and 3 months old, correct?
Correct.
We would agree he's still a puppy, essentially, right?
He's a young dog, yes.
So under temperament, on the left-hand column of animal control's intake data sheet for Jack, it's listed friendly is the temperament that is recorded. Is that true?
Yes, it says appears friendly.
Appears friendly. And who wrote that, Officer Thomas? Is this your handwriting or one of your colleagues?
No, that's one of my colleagues, probably our kennel tech.
Okay. Now, under temperament, there is a notation for June 11th, 2020, which is two days after the incident and 1 day after he'd been quarantined at animal control, where the tech wrote, or some colleague of yours wrote, June 11th, 2020, quote, very friendly and well-mannered, easy to walk on leash. Did I read that accurately, Officer Thomas?
No, that's what's written there, ma'am.
And it's important when you quarantine a dog that you or your colleagues or your kennel techs record the dog's temperament and disposition, since the dog is now your responsibility at animal control, correct?
Correct, yes, why he's in our custody.
Is there anything on this data sheet or any other record related to Jack that indicated any temperament concerns while he was in animal control's custody?
Not on this paperwork, no, ma'am. And we do not judge these animals when they're in here because they're in our custody and not at home.
I understand, and I agree with you that is a very artificial and stressful environment for a dog when they're quarantined at your custody. Is that to what you're referring?
Correct. We don't judge an animal when it's in our care and custody because dogs act differently when they're on their property, off their property, and in facilities.
Sure. And I'm not asking you, but I'm asking what was objectively recorded. And what was objectively recorded is that Jack on the 11th was very friendly and well-mannered and easy to walk on a leash. Is that correct?
Correct. Whoever wrote that, yes, ma'am.
And if Jack had been showing any signs of aggression or any objective temperament concerns, that also could have been recorded, correct?
Correct.
And there's no recording at animal control as it relates to Jack while he was in your custody of any temperament or behavioral concerns in any of the records, correct?
Not that I know of, ma'am, no.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thomas. I appreciate you answering my questions.
No problem.
And Mr. Chair, I just have some questions for Mr. Burdinsky, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Burdinsky, good morning, sir. My name is Jennifer Alexander. As you heard, I represent Ms. Halloran. Just like to ask you some questions about the incident on June the 9th. Jack, the boxer, we can agree we're talking about the same dog, right? The boxer you're referring to, we can call him Jack?
Yes.
When you said that you and your wife and your 2 dogs were walking in the street and you saw Jack coming towards you, is that right?
Yes. We saw him first standing in the street and then he ran towards us.
Understood. And when Jack ran towards you, I didn't see anything in your written statement indicating that Jack was growling at the time that he was coming towards you, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing in your written statement that Jack, when he was coming towards you, was barking, correct?
Correct.
And so when Jack came to where you and your wife and your 2 dogs were, Jack initially didn't show any interest, my words, not yours, in the dogs. Rather, you said that he put his paws on your wife's arm. Is that correct?
Well, my wife...
That's not correct.
Right. My wife was holding the dog. She was holding our smaller dog in its arms. And so Jack jumped up at her towards both the small dog that we had that was in her arms, as well as my wife. So he jumped up towards the small dog that was in her arms, as she was cradling it. So both paws were on both of her arms as the dog, as Jack tried.
But the dog that, I believe that dog's name is Austin, the smaller dog, right?
Yes.
So your wife had picked up Austin, who I think you said, or she said, is about 10 pounds. And when Jack put his arm or his paws on your wife's arms, Jack didn't attack Austin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when, after that incident, your wife kind of, as you said, shooed Jack off the arms. Jack went down and was standing on the ground in the street on all four paws, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, Jack wasn't growling, correct?
No, I mean, according to our statement, after he was shaken off, and that's when he started to bark.
Right. My question was, he wasn't growling, right?
No, he was barking aggressively.
And that's when you and your wife began to yell at him and yell for his owner and yell at him to go away, or what you said, shoo it at him to go away, right?
We tried to say shoo, stop. Tried to say all the standard commands of sit, heel.
Okay. So you had the time and the wherewithal to say to Jack, I'm sure in a would you agree with me? It would have been in an assertive tone.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. We certainly would have not been trying, as dog owners ourselves. We certainly would not have been trying to excite the dog at that point in time, seeing as how it was completely, uncontrolled. So as far as being assertive, I don't know if we would have been assertive or tried to instigate the matter any further.
So at that time, when you're telling Jack various commands such as shoo, sit, go home, and the other examples that you just gave me, your dog Max, the beagle, is in his harness at your side. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then Austin, the smaller 10-pound dog, is still in Jack's presence, but being held at that time by your wife. Is that right?
I would like to make an interjection real quick and just say, you're trying to say that this is like a 2-minute thing that has happened, that we are trying to escort the dog away, or, this is something that this all happened within a few seconds. This wasn't something where it was like, please dog, go away. We do not want you in our presence. And he gently came up onto my chest. That's not what happened here, Ms. Alexander.
Mr. Brudzinski, the questions are to you, sir. Is it true that at the time that you were giving the commands to Jack, as you told us, that Austin was being held by your wife and Max was at your side in his harness?
Correct.
And then there began this encounter that you described between Max and Jack. Is that correct?
It wasn't really. I wouldn't qualify that as an encounter. Jack started attacking Max. It was not. There was no sniffing or standard type of dog interactions. Jack just started immediately attacking Max.
And as you wrote in your written statement to animal control, and to use your words, sir, you inserted your right hand, while, quote, while trying to separate the dogs. You inserted your right hand between them to try to separate them. Is that correct?
I don't know if I would say that I inserted it between the dogs, because Jack was so aggressively attacking Max. I could really only try to push him off by Jack's shoulder. And his
reading from your written statement that you gave.
Trying to answer. I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished. Sorry, we had a bit of a delay there. I'm reading from the animal bite report that you wrote on the date of the incident, which is Animal Control's file, where you wrote that you were trying to separate the dogs, and that's when your right thumb was injured.
Correct. I was trying to separate the dogs, but as part of that, he made a deliberate attempt to bite me. It was not a matter. He turned around and bit my thumb. It wasn't that I placed my hand in between his mouth when he was attacking my dog and he happened to grab my hand. I was pushing him by his shoulder and his back because that was all I could really access because of how aggressively he was attacking my dog. And so he turned back and grabbed my thumb.
Okay. And sir, I'm just reading from the words that you wrote. So you wrote, and I'm reading right from the report in the animal control's file. The boxer did not have a collar on, so I couldn't grab it, and instead I tried to push it off of Max with my right hand as I continued to pull him away from the boxer with my left.
Right.
So what you were doing, sir, is you were physically making contact with Jack while with your right hand, while in your left hand were swinging Max, who was in his harness, to get away from Jack, and so your right hand was trying to separate the two, as you said. Isn't that right?
It is correct. Yep.
And the thumb that you said was injured was on your right hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
I believe from reading animal control's file, sir, that you went to an urgent care one visit, and there was no surgery or hospitalization required for the thumb injury. Is that true?
Correct.
And there were no stitches required either. Is that true, sir?
No, there were no stitches. The doctor said that it didn't require it. It was a deep puncture, but that it wasn't a large enough wound that required stitches. She did advise me that there was a high probability that it was going to become infected because of the nature of the bite, and that I had to be careful to ensure that it didn't become infected, because I was going to have to go on IV antibiotics at that point if that had happened. So no, it did not require stitches or anything of that nature, but it was considered, I was told that I really had to be careful about infection.
Well, it didn't become infected though, did it, Mr. Babinski?
No, because I took personal leave both to stay at home with Max, who was clearly very distressed, but to also ensure that I limited, again, I used my personal time off of work to make sure that I limited my interaction with any type of outside environment that could cause an infection. So that was more of because I wanted to know.
And my question is,
high probability that it would become infected just based off of her experience with dog bites.
But it did not become infected was my question. Isn't that true, Mr. Babinski?
It did not become infected, no.
And you did not have to go on any IV antibiotics. Isn't that correct?
I did not. I did receive antibiotics in general, pill form prior to that. But no, I did not have to go on any IV because I was able to ensure that it did not get infected.
And you didn't require any other treatment other than the prophylactic antibiotics and a healthcare professional looking at your thumb and giving you advice. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. So your wife and the smaller dog then left the area after you were able to separate Jack and, or you probably with Cynthia's assistance, able to separate Jack and Max. Your wife and the two dogs went back to your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me that Cynthia, Miss Halloran, she was cooperative and willingly gave you her information and was apologetic?
I would. Yeah, I mean, she at the time she did provide her information. Again, she kept saying that she didn't know how it got out. That was really one of the primary focuses. But yeah, she did provide me her information willingly and did apologize.
And she seemed very confused as to how Jack got out, right? Bewildered.
She did.
Okay. So at that time, your wife walked Max home, and it was later that afternoon or early evening, I guess is when the incident occurred, that you took Jack to the veterinary hospital. Excuse me, you took Max to the veterinary hospital, correct?
I mean, it was pretty much immediate. It wasn't a matter of like we waited for a long time. After I retrieved her information, I wanted to make sure Ken
Sir, I didn't mean to imply that. I'm just trying to get through these questions with you. I see your vet record that I've looked at for Max, and just want to briefly talk with you about that before we conclude.
Sure. Do you mind if I take a minute to go grab a copy of that myself so we can make sure we're on the same page?
Oh, I don't know if Animal Control gave you a copy, sir. I just have it from the Animal Control file that I subpoenaed.
Yeah, I submitted a PIA request as well.
Okay. So what it indicates is that Max was 52.2 pounds on that day, and what is indicated is that there were not several puncture wounds. There were 2 puncture wounds. One was 8 millimeters and did not require any stitches to close, rather it was
Desk over there. Do you mind if I go retrieve a copy of this myself so that we can make sure and that I can verify it?
assume that's up to the chair.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir.
This keyboard.
Okay, I do have the report in front of me now.
Okay,
So,
great.
do you mind repeating your question, ma'am?
Sure. What I read to you was under doctor's comments about there were 2 punctures, not several punctures. One was 8 millimeters, one was 20 millimeters, and that was meant to refresh your recollection that there were a total of 2 punctures, not several punctures. Is that correct? Do you see that, Mr. Burdinsky?
I do, yeah, and that is correct. There were 2 punctures and several lacerations over his body.
All right, but the lacerations didn't require any intervention like stitches, etc., correct?
No. Mm-mm. No, the lacerations and the bruising on his groin did not require any medical treatment, but we did keep an eye on it, and we did
The
apply.
location of the 2 punctures was over his right shoulder, like immediately over his right shoulder joint, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you've submitted photographs that document it's not on his neck or on his face or on his belly or on his anywhere under his his stomach. It's over his right shoulder on like okay.
Right, which based on the experience, it was my conclusion he was trying to get after his neck, but he was only able to reach his shoulder as I was spinning around, removing my dog from the situation.
Well, none of us can speculate what was happening while you were spinning around, swinging your dog on the harness, but we can objectively say that the injuries, the 2 puncture wounds were over his right shoulder. That we can agree on, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, Max didn't require surgery, correct?
I don't know what the specific definition is. He had to be sedated for the sutures to be put into place.
Okay.
I don't know what the specific veterinary definition of surgery is.
He wasn't put under general anesthesia and taken to the operating room, correct?
Again, I don't know. Medical, not, is somebody else talking? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's me, Officer Thomas. I'm going to object and everything only in reference to the questioning and stuff. The only thing that I just basically wanted to advise is that, yes, I understanding that the dog was not going under extensive surgery or anything like that. The dog did receive sutures. It states it in the medical record and everything. That's for the 20 millimeter. If you look under there and stuff, it basically, the ventral wound was basically 20 millimeter. That's where the sutures were. So there was basically 4 sutures put into that area. I just wanted to reiterate that. Just to let you know that there was, even though they were simple sutures, there were still sutures placed into this animal. Obviously, yes, he wasn't put under heavy sedation and put into a hospital area where he would be going in extensive surgery.
And also, I appreciate that. While I was asking Mr. Burdinsky, we did go over the fact that there were 4 sutures, so and the record certainly reflects that. So thank you for that comment. Mr. Burdinsky, Max did not have to spend the night at the vet, right? He wasn't hospitalized. Is that right?
Correct. He wasn't kept overnight. He was released to us that evening.
All right. And I believe the records reflect that 14 days later, you took Max back to have the stitches removed per the veterinarian's recommendation.
I believe so, yes.
All right. And there were no complications from the stitches that were placed, and they were subsequently removed as warranted by the veterinarian, correct?
Correct. Throughout that whole period, we had taken good care of it. We had to keep it clean. We applied cream multiple times a day to it and provided him antibiotics that we also had to give to him during his meal time. So, and pain medicine as well, because of the amount of pain that he was under. So with that treatment that we administered to him, there was no additional complications after the 14 days.
All right, and I'm very glad to hear that. Just finally, Mr. Rubinsky, I note on your statement that you gave to Animal Control that which is dated June 16th, 2020, so about 7 days, or actually 7 days after the incident, that you say it's taken about a week for Max to receiving the return to his normal behavioral state. And you stand by that statement, is that correct, Mr. Rudinsky?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time here today. Mr. Chair, that's all the questions that I have for the commission, for the animal control witnesses.
Okay, do you have any more witnesses you would like to testify?
Yes, I do, sir. If we could please call Cynthia Halloran. Cynthia, could you state your name and just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you because you're far from the mic?
Cynthia Halloran.
And you are the owner of Jack, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And Jack was born in February of 2019, is that true?
Correct.
So at the time of this incident, June of 2020, he was 15 months old?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as the testimony has already laid out, Jack is a purebred boxer that is an AKC champion, is that correct?
Correct.
And Jack typically doesn't live with you in Severna Park, is that true?
That's true.
Jack typically lives at least, he's had a very short life so far, but the majority of that time he was living with his trainer, Heather Buener, in Ohio, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And why does he live with Heather in Ohio when he's on the show circuit?
Well, Heather is in Ohio, I'm in Severna Park, and he needs to be on the road because they turn around, they show weekly. They go to a show, they come back, they turn around, groom, and then they're on the road again. So they're on the road every weekend nearly. And it wouldn't make sense for him to live with me.
Okay. And Jack came home from Heather's house in Ohio for a break in approximately January of 2020. Is that true?
That's true.
So he had been living at your home since January until this incident in June, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had another dog that was living with you, that lives with you full time. Her name is Bella, true?
Correct.
And she's a boxer. Actually, she's Jack's mom. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, without getting too sidetracked, just to talk about Jack's AKC designation, is in order to become an AKC champion, he has to win so many points in so many various shows, is one of the factors that Jack is judged on is his temperament. Is that true?
Correct.
And in order to become an AKC champion, and how many shows has Jack been to where his temperament has been judged?
Oh, gee, it's hard to, I
just
did not-
estimate.
Okay, I'm gonna say like,
For the breed of,
Can you repeat that? You were breaking up. Can you repeat that number?
I'm gonna say about 20 shows. He started showing in October timeframe and then up through January.
And what is Jack's normal temperament that he's judged on as a boxer, and based on your experience with Jack as well?
Well, they have to be able to be calm when approached by somebody they don't know, submissive, friendly.
I'm going to object at this point, Larry. And the only reason why I'm going to object to this and stuff because that I understanding the dog is a champion at AKC. I understand that he's got points. Dogs act differently. Show dogs are going to act differently when they're in the show ring or at the show areas than they are at home. That's not, this has nothing This has nothing to do, is irrelevant as far as what happened when the dog is on his own property and off his property right there at the house. This is why I wanted to bring this up, because dog's temperament can change when he's in a show ring to where he is at home. This is not dealing with a show ring. And I just wanted to reiterate that, and understanding that, you know, he's different when he is doing his job when he's at the show ring. But this happened at the house, so this is irrelevant at this point.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, Heather, you can put your hand on. Mr. Chair, may I ask that I be allowed to take the witnesses through their testimony, and if animal control wishes to offer additional information, that they be able to do so after my witnesses have testified, just so one person is testifying at a time.
Yes, and before we do that, though, I do have a question for Ms. Halloran. You say this dog is an AKC champion?
Yes, he is.
It's my understanding that a champion male dog needs to be intact. Is the dog intact?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I'm very surprised. Animal control, can you comment as to how this dog was allowed to go home and remain intact?
He's not at home, Mr. Chair. He's actually at the amended schedule. The amended dangerous order permitted him to go to Tekla's training academy, so that he could have boarding under the conditions of the amended amended dangerous order. So he's not at home. He's not been at home since this incident.
Okay, thank you, because our documentation shows the dog was at home.
Yes, I appreciate that clarification, because there was a couple of amendments. So we're basing it off the current order, which is the amended dangerous order, amended July 10th, 2020, which is when Jack was taken to the board and train facility where he remains today.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So in your household, Ms. Halloran, are there any children, any other people that live with you?
No, I'm a widow.
So let's talk about the incident on June the 9th, 2020. You had tree trimmers at your property on Bowline Drive that day. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And the tree trimmers were trimming trees in both your front yard and your backyard. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Your property is about an acre, give or take, in size.
Correct.
And the rear of your property is completely fenced in by a 6-foot physical fence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Phil, would you mind putting up the exhibits, starting with exhibit 1, which are the photographs? If you have a moment.
Not a problem. Give me 1 second.
And while you do that, I might ask Ms. Halloran some additional questions. Oh, you're very quick. Okay. So Ms. Halloran, we can see on the screen now a photograph that Phil has kindly displayed for us, which is one of the 2 gates that the fencing of your backyard. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this gate has, if we could go to the next photo, Phil, there's a sign that says, "Please close gate for dogs." Do you see that on this next photo? Do you see that on the photo, Ms. Halloran?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And since this incident, you purchased 4 of those signs that look exactly like that and have placed them on the inside and outside of your fenced gate. Is that true?
That's true.
And that's to avoid an incident like this happening again, where the workers don't latch your gate when they leave, right?
Correct.
If we can go to the next photo, Phil, please. So this next photo, Ms. Halloran, is the gate on the inside of the gate. Now, since this incident, you had mid-Atlantic fence and deck come out and completely replace not only both of the gates to your 6-foot fence, but also all of the hinges and hardware. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is documented in, we don't need to pull it up, Phil, but just for the commission's benefit, it's documented in Exhibit 2, which on June 19th, 2020, both gates and all the hinges and all the locks were replaced to be brand new. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the gate that we're looking at now, which is the old gate, but there's a new gate there in its place,
Correct.
it has 3 locks on it now. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it has 2 at the top and 1 at the bottom.
Correct.
And the other gate on the other side of your house has 2 locks on it, correct?
Correct.
So a total of 5 locks. Is that true?
Correct.
If we can go to the next photograph, please, Phil. So is this a picture of the gate on the inside with the sign that you purchased for please close gate for dogs?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to the next photo, please, Phil. And these are examples of the new hardware that's on your gates with different types of latching at the top of the gate. Is that true?
That's the old hardware. That's
Oh,
that's the old fence.
Okay, so this is the old gates.
Yes.
Does the new gate have similar locks as
Yes.
depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
So they lock and latch in different ways.
And the self-closing
feature.
Self-closing, yes.
Okay, so your new gates both have a self-closing feature where they will close upon no resistance, right?
Absolutely.
All right. And you did that in order to, again, as a preventative measure for the future for your dogs, right?
Absolutely, yes.
If we can go 2 more photos, Phil, please. And the next one after this, please. So Ms. Halloran, is this an example of this is your 6 foot, we can go back, Phil. Back to the gate with, yeah, thank you.
I think we've got a little delay there.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Phil. This is your 6 foot gate in your yard. Is that correct?
Well, that's the fence.
I'm sorry, fence. I meant to say fence.
Correct.
That's your 6 foot fence.
Correct.
And along your 6 foot fence, the perimeter that's not obscured by landscaping, you have these river rocks, these sizable river rocks along the perimeter to avoid any digging or ability for the dogs to get out. Is that correct?
Correct. I had a digger.
You had one.
I
That's
had
not
one.
Jack, but you in
No.
the past had one. Okay.
In the past, I had a digger, so.
And in addition to this 6 foot physical fence, and in addition to the river rock to prevent any digging, you also have an invisible fence that is the perimeter of your property on the inside of your physical fence, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of this incident in June 9th, 2020, Jack had not yet been trained on the invisible fence. Is that true?
True.
Okay. And when Jack comes home, do you intend to train him on the invisible fence as a second protection?
Absolutely.
And that he will wear his collar at all times for the invisible fence?
Absolutely.
Okay. We can go to the next picture, please, Phil. This photograph depicts chicken wire that you have on your physical fence as another precaution to avoid any digging. Is that correct, Ms. Halloran?
Correct.
And that's around the perimeter of your fence where it's not obscured by landscaping?
Correct, and it's about 2 feet out into the like where the river rock is. It's down under that river rock also.
Okay, so it's real deep under the river rock as well. Okay, if we can go to the next picture, please. Now, in this photograph, Ms. Halloran, there is some timber underneath your fence, some landscaping timber, sort of under where that hose is. And why did you have that landscaping timber installed under your fence?
Well, that particular piece was there. If in another picture, it's going to show the new that I had installed, but it keeps them from anybody from digging out from under on that side.
Okay. So with all these, other than the new gate and the new latches and the self-closing feature, this physical fence and the river rock and the invisible fence were intact on the date of this incident, right?
Yes.
And so when you were sitting inside on this early evening, did you have any idea that your gate had been left open by your tree trimmers?
Not at all. It appeared closed when they left.
Okay, but you didn't know that certainly Jack was able to get out after the tree trimmers left?
I did not.
All right, and you felt secure in your yard, you had all these other features in your yard to prevent your dogs from getting out, is that right?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, the tree trimmers wrote an email, which is part of our exhibits, where they actually met Jack that morning when they arrived, is that right?
Yes.
And if we can go to the exhibit 4, which is it's exhibit 6. Which is the letter from the tree trimmers that were at Ms. Halloran's house that morning, where they wrote, I engaged with the dog in the backyard. That dog wasn't aggressive at all. It jumped up, but I never felt threatened by no means. is that an email that you sent to Officer Thomas on or about June 17th, verifying your tree trimmer's presence on that day and their encounter with Jack?
I believe my tree trimmer actually sent that to her.
Okay.
And that's a copy.
All right, but nevertheless, it was sent to Officer Thomas at your request to describe their experience with Jack that very morning, right? All right. So then fast forwarding to the time of this incident, which I think was around 5:30 p.m., you were sitting in your living room when you heard a dog scuffle out front, correct?
Yes.
And what was your first instinct to do?
I jumped up to go see what was going on, to see if I could help.
Okay. And you saw what when you got outside?
I saw Jack outside with another dog, and so I ran out.
Okay. And was Jack in front of your home, not on your property, I understand, but in the street in front of your home?
He was in the streets.
Okay, but it was directly in front of your house?
It was at the garage side.
Okay. So on the side of your house?
Correct.
So how many feet would you say Jack was off your property in the street on the side of your house?
3 to 4, maybe.
Okay. And were you able to grab Jack when you saw him involved in this incident with the other dog?
It took me a minute. He had no collar or leash, like I said, and I reached down to put my arms around him and grabbing from the front and pulling back. And my arms did slip a hair. I had to, I just didn't grab him and pull him. I had to get my arms around him.
Okay. And you ultimately were able to get Jack back into your yard and then into your house. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Now we heard this, what I would characterize as just neighborhood rumor chatter from Mr. Burdinsky that there was some other biting incident. Jack has not been involved in any other biting incident, correct?
Correct.
Jack has not been involved in any other at-large incident. Is that correct?
Correct.
Jack has never had any other history, whether it's in the neighborhood or in the show ring or in your house or anywhere else, of any kind of aggression. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. After you put Jack back inside your house, and you did that so without a leash, you did so with verbal commands. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Alexander, I have a question.
Yes,
Mr. Burdinsky, I do not believe, said that there was a history of Jack biting other people. I believe what he said was there was a history of dogs in that house that had been biting people. Is that correct, Mr. Burdinsky?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify that because you're misinterpreting what's going on, Ms. Alexander.
I appreciate that. I'm glad for the clarification that it wasn't involving Jack. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Cynthia, you were able to get Jack back inside the house using verbal commands, correct?
Yes.
And when you stayed outside then to speak with Mr. Burdinsky and exchange information, you apologized, correct?
I did.
You willingly provided your information to him?
I did.
Did you see any blood at all on his dogs?
No.
Did you see any blood on Jack?
No.
Did you see any blood on Mr. Burdinsky?
On his thumb.
Okay, and how would you describe what you saw?
It looked like I'm gonna say, it's not even an inch, maybe, I don't know, just a half inch or just a very small, like nick on his thumb.
Okay. And was Jack up to date on all of his shots?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that from Mr. Burdinsky?
Yes.
Now, did Jack have any injuries in this, from this incident with Max?
He did.
What were Jack's injuries?
Well, he has scratches on his leg, and there's still scars left from it at the top right below the shoulder, and on his white collar there were welts, like 4 or so welts down the side of his neck.
Okay. On his neck?
Correct.
Okay. So at that time when you were speaking with Mr. Burdinsky, did you have any idea how Jack had gotten out of the yard?
I did not.
All right. And did you subsequently realize how Jack had gotten out of the yard?
I did.
And that was through the gate that was inadvertently left open by your tree trimmer?
Correct.
Now, why did you decide to self-report this incident to animal control?
Because it's just the way I am. I mean, it's just the way I act. If I had an accident, I would call a traffic policeman if I was driving. It's just me.
All right. Have you well, let me just say, you did so within about 15 minutes of the incident, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you saw that on the exhibit where animal control noted that Jack's temperament the next day when he was quarantined was friendly and well-mannered and easy to walk on a leash.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your experience with Jack, that he's friendly and well-mannered and easy to walk on a leash?
Yes.
So let's talk about what you've done at your house since this incident and mitigation. We've discussed that you replaced both gates for brand new gates, and we provided proof of that.
Yes.
We provided proof that you have all new hardware on the gates, and in particular 5 locks that are new, correct?
Yes.
We provided proof that there are now 4 signs on the inside and outside of the gates that remind folks to please close the gate for the dogs, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to hiring an attorney, we were able to negotiate with animal control that Jack be released to Tekla's Canine Academy, which is owned and operated by Tekla Walton, correct?
Correct.
And you took Jack there under the amended dangerous order on July the 10th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And Jack has been there consistently, consecutively every day since July the 10th.
Correct.
All right. And why did you choose Tekla's Training Academy to ask that Jack be able to board there?
Because he could get training while he was being boarded, and Tekla has a reputation of being a very good trainer and behavioral person, and I wanted him evaluated to see what his temperament was like by a professional.
Okay. And so you asked that Tekla complete a behavioral assessment on Jack in addition to boarding him, correct?
Yes.
And we'll let Tekla explain that when she testifies, but essentially the behavioral assessment had recommendations for Jack for training and follow-up. And are you willing and able to comply with all of the recommendations that Tekla is making vis-a-vis Jack?
Yes.
In fact, have you already started working with training with Tekla and Jack at her facility?
Yes.
How often? I think you began that on September the 1st. Is
Yes,
that
we
true?
did.
And how often are you going for training with Jack?
We go once a week.
All right. And you agree with all of Tekla's recommendations?
Absolutely.
Now, in addition to Tekla's behavioral assessment, for a second opinion, for an independent opinion, you hired a second behavioral assessor named Mark McCabe to conduct a second assessment on Jack. Is that correct?
I did.
And if we can go to Exhibit 14, please, Phil. Mark issued a 4-page behavioral assessment on Jack that's dated August the 26th, correct?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And the assessment and the observations are all consistent with Tekla's behavioral assessment. Is that your understanding?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And you will comply with anything that Mr. McCabe recommends vis-a-vis Jack and any future training needs or modifications that may be needed.
Correct.
And you're able to do so as well.
Yes.
Okay. So going back, let's talk about the future. Mr. Chair brought up the neutering requirement, which was part of the original dangerous order, but not part of the amended dangerous order. Will Jack be able to show as an AKC show dog if he is neutered?
No.
He will not be able to compete?
No.
And obviously he won't be able to breed, which is something you have in Jack's future, is that correct?
Correct.
Does Jack need to travel out of state in order to continue his professional career?
Yes.
And that would include living with Heather at her home in Ohio, who's his trainer, is that true?
Correct.
And if permitted, you would anticipate that Jack would live with Heather 8 to 9 months approximately of the year. Is that true?
Approximately.
Okay. And there's a potential, as there is with any show dog, that he could be sold as well, correct?
True. Yes.
And you understand that if there's a dangerous order, how would you characterize his ability to be sold if he had a dangerous order?
Well, he wouldn't be sold. He couldn't be sold.
Okay. So overall, your Jack is your dog. You had him at the time of this incident and had him since January. How would you describe his temperament?
He's a playful boxer puppy.
A neighbor of yours wrote a statement to Animal Control, which I would ask be displayed as exhibit. It is exhibit Exhibit 7.
Ms. Alexander,
Yes, sir.
I forgot to ask a key question that we typically always ask at the beginning of these cases, and that is, obviously there's a dangerous order filed against Jack. What is it you're asking us to change in the order?
Well, thank you for that question. We are asking for the commission to dismiss the dangerous order, not only based on the legal argument that I will make, but also based on the extensive mitigation that Ms. Halloran has engaged in and that we have provided objective evidence of. Alternatively, we are asking for a warning letter, again, with the same arguments that I'll make in my summation closing.
Okay, but we currently have a dangerous order filed. You know, to reduce that order, typically we take it down one notch to a potentially dangerous order, which carries the same 13 requirements. Two of the requirements, one is to have the dog neutered, and secondly, if it's off the property, to be in a muzzle. And I would like animal control to comment about how they feel about relaxing these requirements. Officer Thomas?
I hear you, Larry. No, we're not asking for reducing the neutering and the muzzle. They need to stay in place.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alexander, please continue.
Thank you. Ms. Halloran, going to the Exhibit 7, which is a letter from a neighbor, Matt Wade.
Yes.
He is the gentleman that was with Jack, I think it was within 30 minutes or less before this incident, unbeknownst to you, of course,
right.
But he was the gentleman that was being referred to as the neighbor with the small son, correct?
Right.
And in this Exhibit 7, what Mr. Wade wrote and we submitted says that on paragraph 2, on the day of the incident, my son and I pulled into our driveway and saw both dogs across the street, which was very odd because I had never seen them out before. How close is Mr. Wade to your home?
Our backyards connect.
Okay, so he's contingent to your property.
Yes.
And is that consistent, his statement that he'd never seen both of your dogs out before, is that consistent with what you believe to be the truth, that your dogs don't roam the neighborhood, they don't get out with all of these measures in place?
No.
All right. No. And he also describes that the dogs came running over to him to greet them, and that he thought it was endearing, and his 5-year-old thought it was, quote, hilarious. Is that consistent with what you would expect Jack and Bella and their temperament to be?
Yes.
Okay. Has Jack ever shown aggression towards another domesticated animal?
No.
Has Jack ever shown aggression towards a human?
No.
Do you have any concern for Jack's temperament whatsoever?
Absolutely not.
Has he ever bitten a person in the past or a domesticated animal?
No.
Has anyone ever expressed concerns to you that's handled Jack or been in the presence of Jack that there's concerns for his temperament or his behavior?
No.
Okay. Has Jack had the opportunity to be around other intact dogs, both boy dogs and girl dogs?
Yes.
And has he had any trouble with other non-neutered or non-spayed domestic animals?
No.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Halloran. I would obviously make sure that the commission has received a copy of all of the exhibits we submitted, which are labeled 1 through 14. I believe that they have. And I would like to question now Heather Blainer, who is on the line, or hopefully still is. There she is.
Go ahead.
Heather, just unmute yourself if you don't mind. Just unmute yourself. Can you take it off mute, Heather? There should be a feature on your phone where you can remove it from mute. There you go. Got it?
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Heather, can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, hold on, because now I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Not well at all.
Okay. Can you turn up your volume? Is it in volume issue? Can you hear me better now?
Just a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best to keep my voice up. Can you hear my questions?
Hold on.
Can you hear me better now?
No.
No. Well, can you hold your phone up to your ear? Are you using a phone or a laptop, or can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Heather, can you state your name, please?
My name's Heather Buener.
All right. And Heather, what is your profession?
I am an AKC, American Kennel Club professional handler.
And what does that mean, Heather?
So I travel from state to state. I show dogs AKC confirmation, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen on television. We have traveling, judging, caring, boarding, training, grooming, anything that's involved with the care of a dog, pretty much.
Okay. And are you familiar with Jack the boxer?
I am. I'm going to try to find a pair of headphones.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
See if that helps any. Hold on 1 second, please.
Sure. Heather, can you hear me?
Oh, that's so much better. I can hear everything now. Found a pair of headphones.
I'm glad to see that. All right. So tell us how you're familiar with Jack the boxer.
So I've worked with Cynthia for actually generations. I've shown Jack's mother. I've also shown Jack's littermates. So we have been working together for probably close to 6 years.
Okay. And I understand that Jack first came to live with you in Ohio last October, approximately.
Correct. Correct.
And he lived with you for 4 months. Is that true?
Correct.
Did you have other dogs in the home when Jack lived with you between October and January?
Yes, I typically have anywhere between 8 and 13 dogs. And I just wanted to clarify, I am not a boarding facility, a commercial boarding facility. I run my business out of my home. So it's not something that's terribly different for dogs when they leave their home because they come to my home.
And has Jack, the 8 to 13 other dogs that you typically have with you when Jack was living with you as well, are they various breeds, sizes?
Yep. Smallest, Pembroke Welsh Corgi, golden retrievers, multiple golden retrievers, Dalmatian, bloodhounds, which range from anywhere between 100 and 130 pounds. My motto here is that we're all friends. They all play together. I don't have any room for a bad behavior dog. I don't accept it. I don't want bad behavior dogs. A bad behavior dog is not good for a dog show because they come in contact with so many people and so many dogs. Just this past weekend, I was at a dog show and the boxer ring was right next door to a Chihuahua ring. And the only thing that separates the rings is a very thin piece of 2-foot fencing. So if you have a badly tempered dog that's aggressive to dogs, very easily could go either over that fence or literally just knock that fence down.
So in the time that Jack was with you with all of these other various breed and sizes of dogs, did you ever have any issues with Jack whatsoever?
Never.
And were these dogs all unaltered as show dogs themselves?
Correct.
And male and female?
Yes.
Have you ever seen any temperament issues with Jack?
Never.
Have you ever seen any behavioral issues with Jack?
Never.
Has Jack ever bitten another domesticated animal while he's in your control?
No.
Would that be something that you would even continue to work with Jack if he had bitten another dog?
No. Because when we go to dog shows, there's anywhere between 800 and 5,000 dogs. And I mean, now with COVID, we're a little bit more spaced out at dog shows, 6-foot social distancing. But pre-COVID, you're literally on top of each other. You know, if you're at an outdoor dog show and it's raining, you're underneath of a tent with hundreds of dogs and hundreds of people. So I would not take a chance with a quote unquote dangerous dog being that close to so many people or dogs.
Has Jack ever shown at shows? You know, we talked about your home where there's never been an issue with 8 to 13 dogs. What about at shows where there's literally hundreds to thousands of dogs? Have you ever had any issues with Jack at shows?
No, and I just wanted to. The dog show world is very strict when it comes to temperament. So if you do have a dog who bites or growls or even lunges at a human or another dog, what would happen is the American Kennel Club representative, which is there at the show watching over everything, would be called to wherever this incident would have happened. And immediately a bench show would be called. The committee, the handler, the owner, the other handler or owner of whoever's dog this happened to, you would have a committee right then and there. And 9 times out of 10, a dog is given a DQ, which is a disqualification. And that dog cannot return back to dog shows. They have a very strict policy on behavior and temperament at dog shows.
Has Jack ever been disqualified related to any behavior or temperament issue?
No.
Have you ever observed Jack to bite, growl, or lunge at another dog?
No.
Have you ever observed Jack to bite, growl, or lunge at a person?
No.
Do you have any concerns about Jack's temperament?
I absolutely do not.
You said that you've shown generations in his pedigree, including his mother and his litter mates. Have you had any concerns about their temperament or their breeding with their temperament?
Not at all.
Now, we talked a little, and Mr. Chair asked an insightful question about neutering, and would Jack be able to continue to show if he were neutered?
No.
And would Jack be able to continue to show if he weren't allowed to travel outside the state of Maryland?
He would not.
What if Jack was required to have a muzzle on? Would he be able to continue to show?
No.
Have you ever had to muzzle Jack?
No.
You find in your experience, your personal training Jack, that a muzzle is something relevant or required for Jack?
I absolutely do not think it is required.
And why do you say that?
So again, going back to dog shows, an AKC judge, an American Kennel Club judge, has to physically go over every single dog at that dog show. So typically the judge walks up to the dog, straight on to its muzzle, and either asks you to show the bite or they check the bite themselves. Now with COVID, typically we're showing the bite, but the judge has to get close enough to see all dentition. And some judges even run their finger through the mouth to make sure there's no hole from a missing tooth. So very close interaction. From that point, the judge would feel the head to make sure the head is what it's supposed to be. Then they go to the shoulders, the chest, the rib cage, the loin. They work their way back the dog to the tail end of the dog, and then they check to make sure they have both of their testicles. So if you had a poorly tempered dog, this would not be able to happen. And I have seen it happen at dog shows. Dogs are not comfortable at dog shows. There's a lot going on. Generators, rain, indoor announcements, convention centers. It's very noisy. It can be a lot for dogs. Jack has never displayed any um, insecurities about all of the things that are going around in a dog show. Dogs barking, um, judges approaching them. If we're at an outdoor show and there's a lot of sunshine, women wear big, sun hats to keep the sun off their face. Some dogs are terrified of that, and they'll instantaneously back up from that judge because they're not used to seeing it. I have never had a single problem with Jack in every circumstance that he was put into at a dog show.
So
Nor his litter mates, nor his mother for that matter.
in order for Jack to achieve the title of an AKC champion, he has to have won, however many qualifying dog shows, right?
Correct. Yep.
How many times would you say Jack has competed in dog shows, going through what you just described that a stranger has to do to him from his head to his toes?
So he was shown all of October, all of November, 2 weekends in December, and then 2 weekends in January. And January is when he finished his championship. And, there was no reason for him to stay because we had achieved what we wanted to between Cynthia and I, which was the AKC championship. So at that time, I felt that, give him a break. He's a young dog. Let him go home and let him mature. And then once he matures, he can come back.
And what is the temperament that in winning those dog shows, he must have gotten very good scores with his temperament, correct?
Yeah. Like I said, it is not temperament is not bad temperament is not allowed in a show ring. The judge will excuse it right out of the ring, or the AKC representative will be called and the dog will physically be taken out of the ring.
So what is the temperament that you expect and that Jack has shown to the judges when he showed?
He's happy. He'll bounce up in the ring out of excitement. His little tail will wag when the judge approaches him. And another thing I want to just say in the closeness of everything in dog shows, when you have a class of 10 dogs, you're in a ring that's I think the AKC has a standard for what the ring size has to be, and I believe it's 10 by 40. So you have approximately anywhere between 2 and 10 dogs in this ring. And when the judge makes its placements, the American Kennel Club has a banner that they hang on their gate that says 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if you go first, second, third, or fourth, you are standing there with your dog, Jack, and the other handler with their dog, the third handler with their dog, and the fourth handler with their dog. So very close proximity between people and dogs. And never once did he go, oh, let me go check out that dog. He would stand with me, look at me. Dogs know when they win. I make it important to know that they've won. So that way it's a fun thing for them.
Thank you so much, Heather, for your testimony.
Yeah.
You're off to a show today, so I appreciate your time.
I also just wanted to include, I have a lot of closeness with all of the dogs. I use X pens at shows, which are about an 8-panel, very thin fencing that is easy for me to put up and take down because we travel so much. And the dogs are literally right next to one another. They're only about 3 foot tall. So of course, if Jack were to jump up and put his paws on the top of this thin paneling, he would be nose to nose with another dog. I've never seen any signs of aggression. I wouldn't put him in a pen if I had seen those signs. No fence fighting, no jumping, no growling. Very happy personality. He's a puppy. He's an excitable puppy. And I've had a lot of experience with a lot of breeds. A lot of breeds play differently than other breeds. I breed bloodhounds myself. They're very laid back, Beverly Hillbilly front porch dog. Boxers are very excitable. They love to play. I have a chuck it, and I can chuck that ball 100 times, and they're still getting that ball. And I've played Chuck It with Jack with the golden retrievers that I have. So here you have at least 5 dogs playing Chuck It, which you would think if you had a bad temperament dog, 1 ball, 5 dogs, there would be an issue. Normally in households, you'd have an issue over a toy. No issues whatsoever. And again, if he had issues, he wouldn't be out playing Chuck It with the ball with the other dogs here.
So no food aggression issues, no reactivity issues,
None.
No.
Zero. Absolutely zero. I know when I got the call from Cynthia, I cried because I have never seen that type of temperament from any of her dogs. And going beyond that, I know the lines that she bred into to produce Jack and his litter mates. Also, world-renowned show dogs. His father is a world-renowned show dog, a top-winning boxer. And he has produced, at least 20 offspring, if not more. Zero temperament issues. And I just saw one at the dog show this past weekend. It was a half brother to Jack. Same happy, outgoing personality.
Thank you so much, Heather.
Yeah, not a problem.
I really do.
Yep.
Well, I
Thank
have
you. Sure.
Yeah, you were not present at the incident described by the Burdinskis, were you?
I was not. No, I live in Ohio.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so now I'd like to call Tekla Walton to testify. Tekla, if you can keep your voice up and state your name, please.
Tekla Walton.
And what is your profession, Ms. Walton?
I am a professional dog trainer and behaviorist.
And what is your where's your facility?
It is at 7111 Dorsey Run Road in Elkridge, Maryland.
How long have you, and you own that facility, correct?
Correct.
What's the name of it?
Tekla's Canine Academy.
And how long have you owned Tekla's Canine Academy?
I hung my shingle officially in 2007.
Okay. And how long have you been a professional dog trainer?
About 15 years. I started helping people prior to moving into the career full time.
All right. Before that, you were very involved in the dog world in sport. What do you call it? Dog sport?
Dog sport.
Dog sport. All right. Your facility, how large is it?
It's roughly 13,000 square feet.
And what kind of programs do you offer at your facility, just in summary?
We offer daycare, boarding, and training. From the training perspective of things, we offer group classes, private sessions, and board and trains. Our daycare, obviously, we run multiple social rooms. We pre-COVID, and for probably the past 3 to 4 years, I did the math a few different times, and we service roughly 500 to 700 families a week between daycare, boarding, and training.
So over the course of your career, how many dogs would you estimate you participated in training?
Gosh, it's got to be close to 10,000 dogs now.
Okay. And are you frequently asked to conduct behavioral assessments on dogs?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, get involved with Jack because you were asked to conduct, among other things, a behavioral assessment on Jack?
Yes.
Okay. So you got that call from Ms. Halloran in July of 2020. Did she explain to you the issue with the dangerous order, the incident on June the 9th, and asked for your assistance?
Yes.
And did you agree to board and train and conduct a behavioral assessment on Jack?
Yes.
Okay. In order to do so, did animal control have to inspect your facility?
Yes, they did, Howard County.
And in fact, did they come out and inspect your facility personally?
Yes, they did.
And then it was approved for Jack to go to your facility on July the 10th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as the owner of the facility, I imagine you don't spend your time in the daycare room. I imagine you.
I wish I did.
I imagine you spend your time dealing with the most difficult cases or difficult scenarios. Is that true?
Yes, I get the dogs that particularly have been to 2 or 3 other trainers.
Without success?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for Jack to come there, when he came on July the 10th, did you do an initial assessment of Jack?
I did.
And what was your initial assessment when you observed Jack on July the 10th, after he'd been in solitary confinement at animal control for 30 days before that?
So this was not the assessment that I did for training.
Right.
What my sole purpose on the 10th was to make sure that Jack was safe for all levels of our staff to handle, and for our trainers to start to introduce him into the social rooms. That was my goal on the 10th when he came in. I saw a happy, outgoing dog, which I think is very important to note due to the fact that he had spent close to 30 days in basically solitary confinement. He at Arundel Animal Control. He came in, he was happy, he wiggle butted, he was just a young puppy-ish. I know he's moving into adolescence, but they're still very puppy-ish in his mannerisms. Did put his paws up on me, licked my face. Just very nice, clear temperament dog.
Had you ever met Jack before?
No.
So that was your first introduction with him, and he was friendly and wiggly and outgoing with you?
Correct.
Did you, in that initial assessment, observe or identify any aggression or temperament issues?
Absolutely none.
Now, you mentioned that he had been in quarantine at animal control for 30 days before then and you understand by that he was in a cage with no human physical interaction or other dog interaction, correct?
That was my understanding, correct.
What would your expectation have been with Jack presenting to you on July 10th, having been through that 30 days of quarantine at animal control?
Well, again, particularly again, looking at his age and how impressionable a dog can be at that age, it could have affected many dogs, I think, negatively, right? They not to a place where it would cause a huge temperament issue, right? But where they might be a little just less outgoing, right? He was unscathed. He was happy.
Okay. Phil, if you could put up Exhibit 13, please, which is the PowerPoint presentation, I would appreciate it. So,
just 1 sec.
In the course of your, and Jack's still at your facility now, correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your boarding and training and assessment of Jack, you or your staff have had the opportunity to not only observe him, but to videotape his interactions with other animals at your facility, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to take you through.
I'm sorry, the number?
Number 13, please, Phil.
13. Oh, that's the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, sir.
Can I interject a question?
Yes.
To this witness? She indicated that the dog was housed for 30 days in isolation with no human interaction. Officer Thomas, is that true that these dogs they're in your facility have no human interaction? Because every time I'm at your facility, I see volunteers out there walking dogs. Officer Thomas?
Sorry about that, sir. Yes, he was walked here.
Okay, but I mean, is it true that there's no human interaction with a dog in your facility?
He's asking you if no people interact with him.
Oh, no.
Got walked.
He got walked, but that was it.
Okay, but so there is human interaction.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
I mean, with respect, I stated he was in solitary confinement. I did not state no human interaction. I think that's important because I choose my words very carefully. Thank you.
And those were my words, Mr. Chair. And what I said was physical interaction. So it was my understanding that meaning there was no playtime, there was no one in his house with him, there was no toys, there was no normal dog behavior activities. So is this Jack that we see here on Exhibit 13? That picture taken in one of your playrooms at your facility?
Yes.
Okay, if we could go to the next slide, please, Phil. Yeah. So this is a video that was taken on July 14, 2020. If we could play that, please. Who's handling Jack during this video?
This is it's William.
And who's William?
Is my senior trainer.
How many dogs would you estimate were in your playroom at that time?
There's roughly 25 to 30.
And this is 4 days after Jack arrived at your facility. Had he had any training at this point from you?
None.
What is William carrying in his hands?
William has a spray bottle and a crop.
And what is the purpose of the crop?
The purpose of the crop is for safety measure. Like there's absolutely, it had not been used at this point. Probably was never used on Jack, but if there is a situation where the dog is going to adrenaline, right, you need a way to help redirect them. So generally a tap at their back paws at the floor will be enough that you can get their attention back to you, right? It's done in the teaching phases for dogs that have struggled. And again, there was nothing with regards to Jack's, if he came in off the street as someone that said they wanted daycare or boarding for their dog, we would not have had any concerns based if we just looked at his temperament that he showed us. But because of what went on and the situation that he came in with animal control, right, we had to treat him as if he were, right, a dog that could harm, even though everything about his temperament showed us nothing of that ilk.
So moving to the next video, which is July 16th, 2020, 2 days later.
And if I could interject one other thing, there are dogs that do not get into my social rooms unless they have a muzzle on. So I'm not, yippee-ki-yay, all dogs get along. I'm not flippant about this. This dog had, if he needed a muzzle on to go into our rooms, if he'd shown me anything, it would have been on a heartbeat.
So could you play that video, Phil, July 16th? This is another video of Jack's socializing with other dogs. Any concerns at all of Jack's temperament or behavior with other dogs in the playroom at any time?
No, and as you can see here, he's starting to relax, right? Like he came into this world of like all this stuff is going on. You can see his body is more relaxed. He's starting to actually solicit nose butt sniffs, right? That's all it is.
And these videos weren't edited in any way
Nope.
to exclude any negative behavior. These were just organically produced.
Correct.
Were there small dogs in here, say 50 pounds or less?
Yep, see that little guy over there?
Yeah. Okay, if we can move to the next video, Phil. Please. So this is the next day, July 17th, 2020, and Jack's been at your facility now 7 days. Still has a lead on, and William, your senior trainer, is with him, but the leash is dropped, and why is that?
Because that's where we are in the progression, right? He showed us no reason to think we couldn't drop the line. You see the little dog over there, you see a small, probably what was like a 50-pound dog just ran across him. He's already bonding to his handler too, which is kind of cool to see.
Bonding to William?
Yeah.
Okay, and if we can skip ahead a couple of videos, I know the commission has had access to these videos. If we could go maybe 2 videos ahead, Phil, to July 22nd. And had Jack started his training at this point with your staff, with William, Tekla, by July 22nd?
22nd, I would have to check record really quickly. I've got it here if you want.
And there's another boxer in this video with a green collar. Who's that?
That's Jack.
That's Bella, right?
Yeah.
That's Jack's mom?
Yeah, that's Jack's mother. Yes.
Yeah. So Jack's mother came for a visit, for daycare. And he's excited to see his mom. Now, Tekla, if you can look at the video, Jack just kind of put his paws up on another trainer, and now he just did that on William. How do you describe that activity by Jack?
That is one of Jack's ways of saying hello, honestly. Jack he's a boxer. Boxers are known for using their front paws quite often.
And would you find that to be unacceptable or aggressive behavior?
Not aggressive behavior, no.
Right. Now, could that behavior be misinterpreted?
Most definitely. Yeah. Most definitely.
In what way?
I think there are a lot of lay people out there that if the dog jumps up, they're going to say the dog was aggressive, right? This is why when I get called to assess a dog, I listen to what the person is describing, but I tell them I need to see the dog and the situation.
Hey, Phil, if we can move several videos ahead to July 31st. With the understanding the commission can certainly view these other videos that we provided, but if we could play July 31st. And you can see Jack has a collar and leash on, is with William in close proximity, but is otherwise free to roam. Did Jack exhibit any?
Oh, by the way, going back to your question
Yes.
on the training, we started his training on August 18th. So
Okay.
that what you saw was literally just socialization.
So July 31st is this video. He hadn't started his formal training with you at this time at all.
Nope.
It was just still socializing Jack to the facility and the other animals.
Yep, we are typically booked out many weeks in advance. In fact, I had to bump a couple of dogs to even make space for Jack for that August date.
Okay. And the next slide, please, Phil. Should be in the next slide after the, oh, sorry, this is just information from your website showing clients and other folks what their dogs are doing throughout the day. Is that Jack?
Yep.
Okay. And these dogs are playing, correct?
Correct.
Is that Jack playing with another dog?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And you'll notice he ends up like we don't have a leash on him
by the time of this video. This is after his training had began. Yes.
So, and to give you a little more insight, right, we have levels of techs and levels of dogs, okay? I have roughly 15 employees. Their kennel tech levels are from 1 to 3, and then we have our senior trainer, our management staff. From day 1, right, as with regards to moving about the kennel, feeding, potty walking, all of that, Jack was cleared after I met and worked with him that first day to be worked with by any staff level, right? We have dogs that come in that if they are truly a behavioral concern, they're only handled by upper level staff, meaning senior trainer or management. This was not Jack's case. The other thing is that once he had gone into play, right, I put him in play the first day, right, making sure that I saw no predatory behavior towards dogs, regardless of size. Like we specifically put him in with small dogs. Then I cleared him to be in William's hands so that William could continue the socialization piece. And within about, I think it was 5 days, we label, we have dogs in our daycare rooms, they get a labeling of 1 to 4. Ones are dogs that generally don't play much, but they're just very neutral, easygoing dogs. 2 are dogs that enjoy play. They will move about the room. They are more energetic than the ones. 0 behavioral concerns with our level 2 dogs. Level 3 dogs have behavioral concerns, and they are only in with our level 3 techs or higher. And then level 4 dogs are only in with William or myself. When we designated a number for Jack, he was designated as a 2, a playful dog with energy that can be in the room with any of our techs.
With no behavioral concerns.
Correct.
So you ultimately completed a behavioral assessment on Jack dated July 26, 2020, which is Exhibit 11.
Correct.
Phil, if you wouldn't mind. And ultimately, your conclusions, and hopefully the commission has been able to read your behavioral assessment. But from my understanding, you ultimately concluded that there was nothing aggressive, nothing predatory, nothing reactive, and no behavioral concerns with respect to Jack.
Correct.
And that was after you intentionally and purposefully introduced him to multiple, on this day, during this behavioral assessment, to multiple breeds, multiple sexes, multiple sizes of dogs, including an unspayed female Belgian Malinois, correct?
Correct.
Which is actually your own dog. So you had a understanding of her. And did Jack exhibit any difference in behavior when he was exposed to any other size, breed, or sex of dog?
No, none.
Did you have any warning bells at all with respect to Jack at any time since he's been at your facility?
No, if I did, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Right. So how would you describe Jack's temperament as a professional animal behaviorist?
I would describe him as happy, balanced, energetic. He is a typical, well-temperament, well-bred boxer, right? And I say that, again, I choose my words carefully. There are boxers out there, as there are various breeds out there, that are not typical of their breeding, right? And there are behavioral problems out there. That is not this dog. This dog is I would own this dog.
So we've heard all these great things about Jack's temperament from people who have multiple months of personal experience with him, from you and Heather and Cynthia, and another neighbor, and others who have testified through letter. Why did this, in your opinion, incident then happen on June the 9th, 2020 from such a well-tempered, happy, friendly puppy?
So I do believe that this is what we would call a boundary frustration situation. Okay, and I'm speaking specifically about this situation, but I have 15 years under my belt I get 2 or 3 calls a year that specifically fit this MO. A generally solid behavioral dog, right? Literally gets out off its property and there is an incident. Right. And sometimes it's Joe Smith that calls me off the street because they heard that I was a good at what I do and they want help, and so or so said, please reach out to this woman, right? Or it's someone that maybe took a puppy class 3 years ago and I know the puppy, like the puppy was fine, right? And in all of these situations, there is a common denominator. There is a dog running the fence line, and there are multiple times throughout that dog's day where something on the other side of the fence line goes by and the dog barks, the dog gets frustrated, okay? And then at some point there's an accident, and that is what this was. It's an accident. The dog is in adrenaline, the dog is frustrated, the dog gets out.
And this is based on not only your assessment of Jack, but as you said, all of your experience in having dealt with this particular issue.
And in each of the situations where we have implemented the proper behavioral training, truly modifying how the dog feels about the fence line, and implemented good impulse control, there's never another issue.
And have you discussed this with Cynthia about Jack being able to run the fence line
Yes.
and how that creates frustration issues for Jack?
Yes, I have.
And has she been willing and committed to modifying Jack's ability to run that fence line if and when Jack comes home?
Yes.
And what have you instructed her to do?
In fact, she will have another choice because she has to sign off on paperwork that I would give her when I do deliver him.
Okay, and what have you put in your plan that will prevent boundary frustration in the future?
We've approached this from 2 sides, actually 3 if you really want to talk about management, right? But the first piece is to teach the dog to relax. And in order to do that, we've implemented some training techniques that actually have utilized a woman named Casey Cover, right? Developed in dealing with zoo animals. She gets a tiger to go, hey, here's my neck, draw blood, okay? And the tiger stays relaxed through that. We are doing something called perception modification. For those of you that understand counter conditioning, it's like counter conditioning on steroids. So perception modification, and we've also instituted something called conditioned relaxation, where we can actually, through massage, teach the dog to relax, get it on verbal cue, and then actually teach the dog to be relaxed around that fence line. Okay, so that is one piece of this. The dog must be relaxed and be able to choose to relax. Okay, the second piece
Well,
of
let me
this,
ask you about that first piece. Has Jack responded to that
Very
training
well.
from that first piece?
very well.
And has he learned, in your opinion, how to relax now?
Yes.
Okay, so
I mean,
what?
you saw it, you visited to meet him,
Yes, I did
right?
visit.
And within, was it 2 minutes in the room, he actually offered a laying down, chill out behavior.
Yes. So what is the second then part of your plan? I believe it's about
Right.
impulse control.
Yes, it is impulse control. She does need to have off leash control. I am a firm believer in that. And given the situation, the only way that I'm going to guarantee it is with the safety of remote collar, right? Low level, come back to me, sit down.
Now, are you implementing a remote collar with Jack for any concern about Jack, or is that just part of your normal
It's-
training for any dog?
If I'm going to guarantee any off leash control, it will be with a remote collar.
And has Cynthia advised you that she is willing and able and ready to learn how to properly use a remote collar?
Yes.
And has Jack been responsive to the
Very.
remote collar training?
Very, and this is the other thing I want to say and why we implement both sides of these, right? Most trainers will take that mountain of adrenaline and they're going to apply a remote collar to that mountain of adrenaline, and they're going to apply it at very high levels, and what they're going to do is suppress that adrenaline. They haven't changed how the dog feels inside, and if they do it when the dog is at peak adrenaline, they can actually make a bigger problem.
Versus what do you
Right.
do?
Versus what we do is we take that mountain of adrenaline and we teach the dog to relax, so it becomes a speed bump. Right? And then when we utilize remote collar, it's redirective. It's at a low level and it's just a little tap on the shoulder. Hey, I need you to get back here to me.
So it's redirected as opposed to corrective.
As opposed to punishment, yes.
Okay. And then another part of your training plan that you outline in your Exhibit 11 assessment is training Cynthia too, right?
Correct.
And what do you mean by that? What training does Cynthia, his owner, need?
She needs consistent training and one, how to read him, how to read situations. She needs to understand the full use of the remote collar. She has already started this process. We start the process before we would ever send the dogs home, right? She's been coming in for lessons, and then she will have house calls. I think there's 5 of them, if I recall correctly, set up, 4 or 5 set up for after he is delivered. And in addition to that, she has our behavior modification class to come to, which just basically will keep her consistent and intentional. I set up 12 sessions of those. So I basically set it up for us to keep an eye on her for 6 months after the dog goes home.
Consistently on a weekly
Yeah.
basis, whether in your facility or at her home.
Weekly and then bi-weekly, yes.
Now, let's talk about a little bit more in this incident before we conclude. Do you, in your expert opinion as a behaviorist with dogs, and having reviewed what you reviewed and heard what you've heard, particularly today, do you believe that Jack had any intent to harm Max?
No, I do not believe he had intent to harm, because if he had intent to harm, with size disparity and the amount of time that was open to him, either the injuries would have required general anesthesia, many sutures, possibly even something he wouldn't have been able to survive. A dog that is truly dangerous and intent to harm a large breed dog like this, there would have been the dog. Max may not have walked away.
Okay. And from
Probably not.
You've looked at the vet records and the photographs, you've heard the testimony with respect to the veterinary care that Max received later that day. Would you categorize that as severe in terms of being a dog behaviorist?
I would not.
And how
I
would
would
you
not.
describe
It's a bite. It's a bite on the shoulder. It was not the stomach. It was not the neck. And I would also say that there were other things at play here. I'm reading in the report that Max was swung around on the harness. Those of us that understand prey drive understand what that could potentially do to the boxer already having been yelled at and pushed off. And I think those of us too that understand what happens when we push a dog in adrenaline away off of us, what can then happen to the dog. So this was an accident.
Do you have any concerns that Jack is a dangerous dog?
Zero concerns that he's a dangerous dog.
Do you have any concern that Jack needs a dangerous order or even a potentially dangerous order?
I have zero concern. I don't think that those are in line with what this dog's temperament is showing, not just me, but what he showed Mark McCabe, what he showed his handler, what he has shown the entire 4 weeks that he's been at my facility with all of my staff.
8 weeks.
8 weeks, well, 4 weeks of training and yes, 4 weeks of socialization.
Do you have any concern that an incident like this would happen again based on everything that's been implemented and what is going to be implemented over the next 6 months?
No, I do not, and I have history of having helped other people through this situation.
Given what Cynthia has in place at her house for preventative measures, do you have any concerns with Jack going home and being in Cynthia's home?
I do not, and one piece of what Cynthia has to sign off on, by the way, is she will not be allowing Jack in the yard for the foreseeable future without her already in the yard, because she has to teach him how to behave and make sure that he is still, that the training carries over at the fence line, right? One of the biggest problems that I see when there are, and I'm not talking about Jack specifically, but I am talking about dogs where there are adrenaline and behavioral issues. It's dogs that are allowed to run their fence lines. Owners need to stop that.
So
but that's an owner issue. That's not the dog itself being dangerous.
So you've trained Cynthia, so to speak, that is not something she should permit any of her dogs to do.
She is to be in the yard to make sure that the training stays consistent, right? We will talk about a fading off process if we are going to allow him and when we will allow him in the yard without her presence, but you cannot teach correct behavior if you're not there, right? So if we've taught it, it needs to transfer.
For the foreseeable future, until you sign off on it, otherwise,
in
Jack
the
will
yard
be supervised with Cynthia in the yard. Yes. All right. Now, this issue of neutering that has come up a couple of times. We understand the AKC issue with that, but you have a lot of experience with whether or not neutering is a technique that will remove aggression, or however you wish to say it, from dogs. And what is your experience in 2 decades of working with dogs that, as it relates to neutering and aggressive issues?
That it is not the be all end all fix. So again, I see dogs, and I have probably for the past 10 years now, that have been to 2 and 3 other trainers. Either we help the dog, we can modify the behavior, we can change the behavior, we can fix the problem, right? And I hate the term fix the problem because it's really more modifying the behavior, right? Or the dog gets euthanized, right? And there has not been a single situation where I would say, let's neuter the dog, that's going to make it better. First of all, after about 6 to 8 months old, any neutering that gets done, they've already got the testosterone. So it's not going to fix aggression. Secondarily, out of all the dogs that I see, I recommended it once, and that was in a 5-month-old Rottweiler that was very serious at 5 months old. You got chills just being in the room with that dog. Okay, that's one in how many thousands that I've seen over 10 years. Now, I would also say 2 other things about this. I started noticing anecdotally, if I watched behavior in dogs, as I took history, as I dealt with a lot of fear aggressive dogs, that a common denominator in the males was that they were neutered young. Okay, so one thing that we see in dogs that have a fearful penchant is that if we neuter them young, they actually don't get the hormones they need to help them stabilize, and they walk through life fearful and move into fear aggression. The other thing I would point you to is there is an article in Psychology Today dated May 9th, 2018. Neutering causes behavioral problems in male dogs. I would point you to read over this. There were 2 large study groups. One was over 9,000 dogs. And basically 36 out of 40 negative behaviors were actually exacerbated in the dogs that were neutered. Neutered dogs were more likely to show aggression when delivery workers approached the home, when strangers walked past their home, when joggers, cyclists, and rollerbladers passed by.
And that's something that you've read in the course of your
Yes.
professional training?
Yes, and this one really hit me because I'm like, this is what I've been seeing.
So
as boots on the ground for 15 years.
all right. I have no further questions of Ms. Walton. I do believe Ms. Boehner has something additional that she wanted to add. She's indicated that. So are you present, Heather?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I listening to Tekla with the spay and neuter. I actually did graduate college with a veterinary technician degree, and I worked for one of the top renowned dog reproduction hospitals in North Ridgeville, Ohio. I worked there for about 8 years and still show dogs on the side. Not only neutering or spaying or altering of any sort does it affect temperament, but there have been a lot of studies on structure, neutering too early, spaying too early, not allowing a dog to fully grow without altering. Not only does it change structure, it changes coat texture. I know in the scheme of things, not a big deal. But it altering too early can severely affect a dog. And the American Kennel Club itself has also done studies. And this is for purebred dogs. This isn't just dog showing. This isn't, this has nothing to do about dog shows, but the American Kennel Club has done their own studies, and they have taken photos of dogs, St. Bernards, for example, who have been altered at 5 or 6 months old versus being altered at 3, 4, and 5 years old. And the difference in the quality of specimen on just basic altering is severe because they don't get to grow to their full potential.
Thank you, Heather.
So, and I know that people have a lot of, different philosophies on altering. But coming from a professional working for a top reproduction vet and all of the studies that have been done, I do find that to be a very important piece to the puzzle on how dogs mature. Dogs or female, we call them dogs as males, females obviously as females, but it does take a huge toll on full potential maturity altering too early.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah.
And that's our presentation, Mr. Chair. I just have brief comments in closing.
That's fine. Please be brief, though.
Thank you. As you've heard from multiple sources, both in writing and personally here today, Jack is not a dangerous dog. He was a 15-month-old puppy when this incident happened back on June with ground frustration issues, which Tekla has adequately explained and has not only explained, but most importantly, has diagnosed and has treated and has a very specific plan for the future, which we have included as Exhibit 11, and which Ms. Halloran and Ms. Walton have both confirmed will be implemented for at least 6 months in the future. You've heard from not only his owner, but his handler with whom Jack lived, with the trainer with whom he's lived for the last 2 months at her facility, with a second independent assessor, Mr. McCabe, whose report is Exhibit 14, as well as a neighbor who was involved with the dog just minutes before this incident, and even the tree trimmers themselves who encountered Jack this day. And all of them described Jack as a very friendly, sociable, playful, energized, well-socialized, happy dog. This incident on June the 9th, 2020 was very regretful. We are very regretful. Ms. Halloran has always been remorseful, apologetic from the second that it occurred. She is able and willing, and we advised animal control this months ago that we wanted to pay restitution for the vet bills related to Max, and we are still very happy to do so. We haven't seen those bills, but we are happy to do so to make the Burdinskis whole again, at least financially. But at the end of the day, accidents happen. We all have pets. Accidents happen with pets. This gate was left unlatched by workers, unbeknownst to Ms. Halloran, and she has taken very assertive and very proactive measures now to correct that. Not only to replace the gates and locks themselves, but to put up signs as visual reminders, in addition to all the behavior modifications that she is engaged with Tekla to a very specific degree. So as it relates to the statute, this does not meet the definition of a severe injury for a dangerous order. Severe injury under the code requires there to be multiple skin punctures, and that's why it was important for the vet records to reflect that while I certainly agree and brought out honestly that there were 2 punctures, one did not require any real medical intervention per se with stitches, and one did. But the intent of the legislative language in the definition of severe injury really was meant for multiple bites, multiple wounds that come from a severe attack. This is not a severe attack. This was something that didn't require any hospitalization, no general anesthesia, no surgery. It didn't require, there was no infection, there was no need for any follow-up care or loss of any bodily function. The dog thankfully recovered. The owner said within a week was back to his normal self. And the 4 stitches were removed without incident 14 days later, as the veterinarian had recommended. So while you can look at this and say, well, it's legally severe, a severe injury because multiple can mean 2, it's realistically not a severe injury because multiple really means multiple bites, and that's not what this was. This is a single incident that Jack has been through where his behavior has been modified. You have an incredibly responsible owner, not just as a AKC person who's involved in the dog world, but as a pet owner, a very responsible person. You know that because she's the one who self-reported. She's the one who was extremely cooperative with animal control. She's the one who was extremely willing with the Brudinskis on that day to do whatever it was to make this right. So all of those things together, just like the case you heard earlier today, it was a singular incident. It's been addressed. It's addressed at the home. It's addressed with the dog, and there is no concern for this to happen in the future. So we are asking you not to implement a dangerous order. And while I understand what the chair's comment about they normally go down one level to a potentially dangerous order, we appreciate that. I would just point out that in the statute, it doesn't, even if you find that there was a severe injury, which we're arguing it wasn't, but even if you find that there was a severe injury, the statute says you may issue a dangerous order or you may issue a potentially dangerous order. It doesn't say you shall issue a dangerous order, shall issue a potentially dangerous order. So you have the discretion in this case, which you certainly have in all cases, to do anything from the dangerous order all the way down to a dismissal because you feel through the mitigation, which the statute discusses, that the mitigation has been successfully and persuasively presented to you, that the community is safe, which is what we all want, and that Jack is safe and Max is safe and Austin is safe and everybody, all of the people in the neighborhood are safe. And that, I can assure you, has been shown through all of the mitigation techniques that Ms. Halloran herself, as well as those that are supporting her, have testified to here today, both in writing and in person. So we are asking you to dismiss the dangerous order. If a warning letter is appropriate, so that it is a very strong wake-up call to Ms. Halloran, that the training must continue as Tekla has described and has outlined, and as her handler certainly will, who Jack will presumably live with if permitted outside of the state of Maryland for the majority of the year. This will be a very big eye-opener to all of them. But I might caution to think that of any presentation of a defense at an animal control hearing by a defendant, you've seen more video testimony, you've seen more video interactions of a alleged dangerous dog than maybe ever, or at least I would think most of the hearings, to show how his interaction is on multiple, we have a dozen different occasions where he's with different breeds, unaltered breeds, different sizes of dogs and different sexes of dogs. So we are urging you to downgrade this dangerous order, to issue a warning letter. If you feel that a potentially dangerous order is nevertheless appropriate, we have certainly contemplated that possibility. And what we would ask you to do is to make the conditions of the PDO not neutering. You've heard a lot of testimony about that would not address the issue in this case, that would not be in Jack's best interest, personally or professionally, and that it's not necessary. You've even heard history about his pedigree from his mother to his litter mates, and that this just simply is not something that would be necessary for a dog with Jack's familiarity, both genetically and personally. we would ask you to implement only the following conditions: that Ms. Halloran maintain a $300,000 policy on homeowners insurance, which she has and certainly has provided proof in Exhibit 12 of her umbrella policy, which far exceeds $300,000 limit that animal control has asked for in this case. That he engage in a behavioral assessment, which he's not only done by one trainer, but he's done by a second trainer for corroboration. That he follow through with all of the training as recommended by Ms. Walton, which he's well engaged with, and which Ms. Halloran has testified she will continue. That she maintained a 6-foot physical fence with the locks as we've depicted, as well as the invisible fence, and have Jack trained on the invisible fence, so there's an extra layer of protection. That the closed gate signs be required to be displayed at Ms. Halloran's home, both inside and outside the fence. That Jack be microchipped, which I would note for the record, he already is microchipped, which is a condition that we would not oppose as to a PDO. And of course, that Ms. Halloran pay restitution for the vet bills for Max. We are submitting to you that if you feel a potentially dangerous order is required, those conditions would protect the community, would protect the pet population, and would best protect Jack, which is what it should be about, in addition to protecting everyone, not just a punitive measure towards Jack because there was an incident where he was in the street, was being what we would say was playful, that was misconstrued, understandably so, that was ratcheted up verbally and otherwise through certain words and tones and other actions that very quickly, as we all can understand, turned into 2 dogs in a stressful situation that resulted in this incident. We're suggesting to you this was very isolated. It's a one-time incident, and this responsible pet owner deserves to have her dog back in her home with the least onerous conditions that would protect everyone involved, and that's what we're submitting to you today. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I know this was long, and I really do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Officer Thomas, I'd like Animal Control's opinion on this.
Yeah, so, and I am respecting Jennifer and stuff. We have quite a few questions. So I do have some questions for Mrs. Halloran. One thing that I just basically wanted to bring up right away and stuff is that, you know, Mrs. Alexander was using the state code, if I'm correct. Our decisions were made on the county code, just to let you know. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm using the county code. Anne Arundel County code.
That's fine. So, hang on 1 second. Bear with me, folks. No, I need the other one. Just sent you.
Specifically subtitle 4 of the county code.
Yes, ma'am. I'm familiar with the code.
We need to mute if we're not testifying. I can't hear.
So I just wanted to reiterate very quickly and stuff like that. Basically, severe injury means any physical injury requiring professional medical treatment that is directly caused by an animal that results in multiple skin punctures, 1 or more muscle tears, dislocation, obviously broken bones, disfiguring lacerations, significant impairment of an essential body function, or that requires corrective or cosmetic surgery of hospitalization. We had a 8mm puncture and as well as a 20mm puncture and it required 4 sutures. So we didn't go off the state code. We basically went off the county code, why we made our decision. Okay. Let me also remind you guys, you know, with all the testimony that we actually heard here and everything, let me just remind you is that I feel that we got off track, that the fact that we are here, the fact that Jack was off his property unprovokingly, he was not chasing a fence line, came off the property, basically not once, but twice, mind you, and severely, you know, attacked a dog and also redirected and bit Mr. Brzezinski. Okay. So that was one thing that I wanted to reiterate with that. Also, you did bring up in reference to, you know, the CDC. So as far as spaying and neutering, let me remind you, as far as under the prevention and stuff for dog biting, it basically states male and unspayed, unneutered dogs are more likely to bite than are female and spayed and neutered dogs. Animal control programs should be supported, and the laws regulating dangerous or vicious dogs should be promulgated and enforced vigorously, and especially for the history of prior aggression and on animals. Also, I just basically wanted to reiterate as far as the CDC is that basically they stated in measures of preventing dog bites, spaying and neutering virtually all dogs, this frequently reduces the aggression of tendencies. This is 100%. The CDC has always updated this. That's why we require for spay and neutering, because dogs are more propensity to be aggressive if they're intact. Also, I had a question basically for Mrs. Halloran. And so we were in all the testimony that we basically heard today is talking about the lineage of Jack. And I understand that Heather, she did show Jack's mother, Bella. So my question to Mrs. Halloran and stuff, if any of the dogs in Jack's line, have there been any history of biting and aggression?
No.
Okay, so you're advising me no and stuff. Are you aware that back in June 12th, 2016, and stuff, you were bitten basically by Bella, which is Jack's mother, in reference to breaking up, the puppies were fighting vigorously and you were bitten mild to severe to the right right leg?
I'm going to object to this because this is not about Jack, but Ms. Halloran can certainly answer the question.
I'm basically going to over object because at this point, you guys basically brought up the lineage of this dog. Okay, so I want to basically put out here so that way, because this is public record, ma'am. Okay, that basically, Jack is Bella's puppy. Okay, and the fact that back in 2016, she was bitten by Jack's mother. Okay, so this had to be substantial as far as these puppies fighting amongst each other, and this is redirection aggression right here.
Okay, can Ms. Halloran answer your question? Go ahead, Ms. Halloran.
So Bella had a litter of puppies that were about a week old, and she had come upstairs for a break. And anyone that knows anything about dogs and a bitch that has a litter of puppies, they know they're very protective of those puppies. She came upstairs for a break. One of my other dogs was walking down the hallway toward the door, the basement door, and I could see Bella start to get irritated, and she started to lunge at the other dog. I stepped in front of the other dog, and I took the bite instead of the other dog. She was.
It's still redirect, and she grabbed you. So I basically also wanted to advise and stuff that, in reference to the fact that, you were talking about the workmen out in the yard and having them, leaving the gate open. Okay. My understanding is that, having the dogs out in the yard, and if you knew that they were coming in and out of the gate, it would be better that if they were letting the dogs inside. Okay. You knew in reference to, and not necessarily Jack, but you knew in reference to the fact that you had history with your dogs prior, as far as getting out of the property. You would have basically made some you would have basically made some changes at the property before now, of whether or not, so to keep the dogs contained in the property. The reason why you did all of these things, understanding that you're doing the corrections so that the dogs cannot get off the property, meaning Jack or any of the other dogs that you have at the property, you put all these were implemented because we mandated you to do that. You didn't do this on your own. We mandated you to do that. So I just wanted to reiterate that as far as that is concerned. And it also stating here too, that, Jack wasn't trained to the invisible collar. Okay. Why wasn't he trained to the invisible collar, Mrs. Halloran, basically from January to June? Can you hear me?
Because the dogs need to, one, mature. Two, she had just started, my understanding was through an online course, leash communication. So this is another problem with people that don't understand the tools appropriately. Okay, if we just throw an electric fence collar on a dog and let him get jammed for running the fence line a few times, there isn't an understanding of what the stimulus is. There's a very high level correction, and you can actually make the situation worse. right? The appropriate way to introduce an electric fence collar would be, was teaching the dog leash communication. From there, you put the dog on low-level remote collar and you teach the dog to understand remote collar with the platform of correct leash communication. And when the dog understands the remote collar redirectively for sit, down, come, go to place, you can then deal with training the dog on the electric fence. That is the correct way to do it so that you don't end up with a dog that becomes suspicious at their fence line. She was doing the right thing for the dog's age. And the fact that she had just gotten the dog back, January timeframe. It's not like she had this dog from 8 weeks old and could do all of this leash work and all of this work by the time he was 15 months old.
Okay, so with that said and stuff, Mrs. Halloran, so you had all these tools and everything, and you had a total of 6 months that he could have been trained. So if you had the tools and stuff on the property, did you train your other dogs the same way with using that? Or there's 6 months that gone here where he could have at least been trained to do that if you had the tools already on the property. Okay, that was a question, ma'am. Can you guys hear me? You guys are muted. Jennifer, if you can hear me, you guys are muted.
I think they just. Oh.
No, there they are.
Sorry, we're here. If you lost for a minute, but we're here. Did you hear?
So did you hear what I asked, Mrs. Halloran?
I did, officer. And the reason I was doing an online video Zoom leash handling course, which I believe you were aware of because I sent you a copy of the graduation certificate. So he was starting to learn boundaries and things. We had just started the training though.
Okay. So another thing too is that, sitting there and watching the videos and stuff of him, in the training with Tekla, and what we observed with those videos, because we all watched those, and told him we watched them before today. Basically what we were observing is the fact that he wasn't interacting with any dogs, okay, obviously in the beginning. And he still seemed very nervous. Okay. And I'm going to basically advise that, dogs are overwhelmed. Dog aggression may not show aggression when surrounded by other dogs, but do behave differently. Okay. And we do see that.
So can we address that point? Go ahead, Tekla.
Yes. So because of the history with animal control and because of the confines with which he came in, we taught a boundary. We have got to make sure that the dogs understand that they are backing off from a boundary. So in that first week that he was in, it was really about him being comfortable in the room, just moving around, not necessarily interacting. But you did see, and there was the day finally about, I think it was about the week mark, he's butt sniffing. So, but that was because of us. That was not because of him. That was because we put boundaries in to make sure, given the history of animal control, that there was safety in place and that we had a way to redirect him. And I can tell you from the many cases that we do with just even dogs coming that aren't behavioral but need to learn how to play, they come into a big group of, if they come into a group of more than 5 dogs, they are potentially, and there's a boundary of, hey, there's a little spray ball or something. For a moment, they're trying to figure out what the rules are. That does not mean that they are aggressive or antisocial. As Jack proved as he moved through the program, he was very playful when we let up on the boundaries. But those boundaries were in place by us. Those were not Jack.
Was Jack nervous? Did you observe him be nervous?
No. Not temperamentally in and of himself. But again, if you want to go in the room, just go play, and there's someone saying, hey, now think about this, and they're spraying a little bit of a boundary, of course you're going to start to think twice. right? That's a dog that is trying to understand the rules of the room. Okay, I've got 30 dogs in that room, plus, and all of them need to learn to yield to boundaries. These are clients' dogs, right? We must keep them all safe.
Sure, and I understand that totally. But you know, basically, you as a trainer and stuff, you do understand that that was a very secured setting. You know, can dogs
Yes,
act
but
differently
as he
in a
moved
secured
through the
setting?
setting, he was definitely showed the ability to play. He has over the past 8 weeks, because we've allowed, like we've let up more and more on the boundaries, allowing more and more play. Right? We can also change. We can change the dynamic of the room based on what dogs are in the room. If we have level 3 dogs in the room, right, we remove the number of level 2 dogs just because their energy level can set the 3s off, and we put more boundaries in.
And that last video we showed of the daycare.
Yeah, that was a level 1-2 room with a lot of play going on. But obviously, in the first week to 2 weeks that he was in, we're keeping everything very calm and more neutral because we don't want a mistake.
Thank you.
But that was, we don't want a mistake. The dog showed us nothing where we had to do that. We did it because of the history.
Just a heads up, Office Thomas and our administrators' laptop just died, and they'll be back momentarily. Battery went out.
Hey, folks, sorry about that. Just had a little bit of technical problems and stuff. So the only thing that I basically was asking, and I didn't get a chance to hear from Tekla their response and stuff. So basically, what I was just concerned about is that understanding that it's a secured setting, and most of the time with dogs that are in secured settings, their behavior, their temperament, everything's going to be different than when they are away from that type of a setting and when they're on the property. So I just wanted to reiterate that, to you so that.
Correct. But this has been addressed, officer. This has been addressed. This has been addressed because the other individual that came out and assessed Jack took him off premises, assessed him at Lake Elkhorn. If you read that assessment, you'll understand the things that he did to promote the probability that Jack understood he was more free to interact and make decisions. Secondarily, the longer that we have the dogs in the room that they're in play, we allow more to go on. Third, on the third case, the third point of this is that we're not saying that simply because he was good in the daycare room, he's going to be good at the fence. I'm addressing this through perception modification, through good impulse control. It's being addressed. But I think that what we have to look at here is dangerous dog intent, okay? A dangerous dog is a dog where aggression is always sitting there. It is ready to go. This is not Jack.
I understand what you're telling me, ma'am, but I'm basically just advising and I just reiterating.
After 20 years in the game, I understand what dogs
I have 20 years of experience of dealing with aggressive dogs. So behavior at home different than unknown location. So you're differences between the two. That's the only thing.
But it's also not. It's also being addressed.
Okay, I understand that, ma'am. I'm just trying to basically state a point. That's all. So and just another thing too is that this wasn't a fence. The only thing I'm trying to reiterate is this wasn't a fence, where the dog is running a fence line. Okay, he got out twice. Okay, I'm not saying that Cindy is a bad owner. Okay, what I'm saying is that dogs that have behavioral issues can redact. I'm also saying that dogs that have behavioral issues necessarily may change or have a different temperament when they're in a show ring. Okay.
And simply because this occurred doesn't mean the dog has a behavioral issue. It was an accident. It's like taking someone that has been in an accident, it's involuntary manslaughter, and you want to charge them with murder one.
Hey Larry, can we remind folks that we're not going to have a back and forth here, that animal care and control was quiet and allowed their party to testify, and right now our officers should be given that same respect.
Thank you, Robin, for that. It's absolutely true. Officer Thomas, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Okay. And I'm not even going to comment on what you commented on, ma'am, because that has nothing to do with this. Okay. The only thing that this agency is basically trying to do is trying to make sure that public safety is upheld here, that we do not see a pattern. Okay. I understand he's a young dog. He's not a puppy. He is a young dog. Okay. These things can progress. Okay. He may do well under his training. He may do well when he's in the show ring. He may do well when he's off the property. Could this happen again at the property without these things implemented in place? Absolutely. I've seen it over and over and over again. Okay. We're not here trying to euthanize the dog. We're not saying that Cindy Halloran cannot own her dog. Okay. We're basically advising that we're trying to protect the public, whether it's human and animal here. May I remind you, we are here today because we had an incident that occurred. And was it severe? Yes, it met the code for severe. That's why that's why the order was issued. Okay. That's why we implemented. Cindy, basically Mrs. Halloran, did go and create a more public safety environment for her dogs. And I'm going to say plural, okay? Because she's got multiple history at the property. I'm saying that's not with Jack, okay? But this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a public safety environment. So that way he can be maintained at the property so that we don't have any other issues that take place, okay? Keep in mind, you guys brought up the lineage. That's the only reason why I brought up the information that we have, because it's public record and we have it in our record, okay? The Berdinskis also, they advise that they're not comfortable without an order being in place, okay? Which most times when we're dealing with, people are concerned. You got to realize is that this is an incident that took place. You're not there. If you weren't there and you didn't witness it and you didn't see it and you have never experienced, you're not going to understand it, okay? So that's the only reason why we have implemented this. This is why we're basically saying to the chair and his board members today to make the right decision based upon the information and the evidence that we have in place, so that way we can create a better environment for the dog and dogs. Okay, so we do not have any other history or anything happens from this day forward. Thank you.
Thanks. And just in conclusion, I to address and reply, we agree. We all should be on the same page. Animal control, the neighbors, the community members, the trainers, the handlers, we all should be on the same page to want a safe community. And that is exactly why we have put so much effort into not only today's hearing, but into what we've done for the past 2 months. I would also finally note that their animal control asserted that something was mandated on Ms. Halloran in the past. While there may have been a warning letter, which animal control talked about it more than probably an hour ago, there was no mandate on Ms. Halloran for any of this. And there certainly was no previous mandate on Jack. Ms. Halloran has explained the protective new mother with her 1-week-old puppies, which animal control now wants to use in support of their argument here. But we all do need to be on the same page with what the right thing to do is. And the right thing to do is not to, overkill the situation with neutering and restrictive dangerous orders for a dog that quite honestly had an incident that was less severe than the incident that was heard earlier today that was an appeal of a PDO where there were multiple stitches. So we are asking the Animal Control Commission to be consistent in their application. It is the county code that has the definition of multiple punctures. And if the commission feels that 2 punctures from 1 bite is going to legally meet the definition, then it should use its discretion on a potentially dangerous order with the conditions that would protect the community as we've outlined. Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Burdinsky?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And we'll try to be cognizant of the commission's time here. So just a couple things that we wanted to bring up. First, we do appreciate the fact that Ms. Alexander and Ms. Halloran have expressed an interest to help us with the medical bills. That has never happened so far. So we do appreciate that being brought up here. But additionally, we just wanted, with everything that's been going on and everything that's been said here, we just, from a public safety perspective, as somebody who lives in the neighborhood, wanted to run through some of the key points of what the timeline is of what happened here, right? It was already testified earlier that Jack was at a training handling facility in Ohio, and he was released because it was assessed that he had achieved what he needed to achieve, quote. Nobody here is disputing the fact that Jack actually attacked our dog and bit me. So he's already been, that happened after he'd already received handling and training and things like that. And so I think that's an important thing to know. Additionally, per the general timeline, I think it's great that Ms. Halloran has determined that she wants to be able to do the recommendations that have been ordered. But if you look at her statements, if you look at her, she gave 2 statements on this subject. But if you look at the June 10th statement that she issued, she admitted herself that the dog had gotten out previously that day, and it was already discussed about this. So to say that it was, to start talking about the yard people leaving the gate open is somewhat irrelevant, because she said herself that she brought the dog back and put it back in there and knew that had happened earlier. So even despite
30 minutes prior,
30
not
minutes
early
prior,
in the day.
according to her statement. So it already happened before. So she knew that there was an issue, but she continued to leave the dogs unsupervised when this happened. I would request that Mr. Hall bring up the photos, but I know that we're here for time to refer to this as a playful puppy. The photos speak for themselves. So I would like to suggest that people go and look at the photos. To say that my hand was just a tiny, just please review the photos. And lastly, I mean, again, with all of this, the fact that there have been multiple warnings issued to this property for previous instances, the fact that Jack has already been trained, ultimately, it's as somebody who lives in this community, it's clear to me that these dogs are unable, and there's a general unwillingness to control this dog, and so that concerns me very heavily. That this is just something else is going to happen, right? And I don't want to wish this on anybody. I really don't. Between what happened to my poor dog, who has played with dogs before, and that's the other thing they keep talking about, people who understand dogs. We've had multiple dogs. We take our dogs around other dogs. Our dogs play. They know what play is. Max was injured by this. he was scared by this, and so it's just this community is not going to be safe unless all of the implementations are in place.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's it.
May I just talk to Brinsky, sir? We did tell Animal Control on July the 9th that we wanted to pay for your vet bills. I wrote to them in writing to Ms. Catlett and Officer Thomas, and I never heard back. So I apologize if that wasn't relayed to you, Mr. Brinsky, but regardless of the outcome here today, we do want to take care of Max's vet bills. So I apologize that we had no direct way of communicating with you, sir. So I tried to do it through Animal Control, and that didn't work. And I will conclude on, we do not agree that the dog, that Jack bit Mr. Brudzinski. We do understand Mr. Brudzinski put his hand in between the dogs as he was pulling Max, per his own statement. How the thumb got injured, we can't say, and what was testified to lasted seconds. And finally, Ms. Halloran certainly did not know that her gait was the reason that the dogs had gotten out, whether it was 30 minutes before or 10 minutes before, or she never would have put her dogs in that position. Again, we thank you for your diligence and your time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to close the hearing to testimony and have the commissioners deliberate. And before I go to my fellow commissioners, I do want to remind them to consider these factors before you render an opinion. We have a request here to go from a dangerous order to a warning, which is a big leap, but it seems like the only motivation to do that is to avoid both the muzzle clause and the neutering clause. Secondly, this bite was both unprovoked and off property. We had both a dog and a human bite, and they were separate incidents. The bite history and the lineage was denied and proved to be false. We have a history of previous instances at the same property. So I asked my commissioners to consider that, and I'm going to go to Gregory first for his opinion. Thank you.
Before we start deliberations, I'd like to ask some questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Before we do that, let's see what happened to our defendant. Is our defendant still here? Oh, can you pop him back in, Bill?
Sorry, we're back. I don't know, we lost you for a minute, but we're back.
Okay, so you were put back as attendees, I believe, but now you're back because we haven't quite started deliberations, so that we are able to take the opportunity to ask some questions. Ms. Walton, I wanted to ask you specifically about your client there, Ms. Halloran. What is your level of confidence in her training, management, and handling skills as far as
I would state that it is high, and I do have a history. So previously, can I speak about Donovan? She had a dog that she came to me with. I can't tell you, it had to be, was it 2012-ish? 12-ish. Okay, that was a very difficult situation. And we did rehab work on that dog, and she followed everything I asked her to do. I would say at better than 90% of my clients do. So she does take the situation seriously.
And her skill level, as far as paired with this particular dog, Jack, you feel confident that she has the ability to manage the dog to be house safe in this community?
I do, or I wouldn't be sitting here.
I mean, very confident, not you.
Very, very confident.
Okay, and as far as Ms. Alexander presented an option, she's requesting us to consider several different options. One would be a downgrading to a potentially dangerous order with the modifications in the order, those points that she had read off earlier. How confident are you in that scenario as far as safety for the community, including Max and Austin?
I am very confident.
In all of the things, is there anything in that potentially modified order that you would need to add back in to ensure safety?
No, I believe we're speaking about the muzzle and neutering, correct? Is there anything else?
Well, there's some other, like he's got to be confined in the current dangerous order. He's got to be confined in a crate in a key locked room inside her residence whenever non-family members or juveniles are present.
Could we list those one at a time? Because I mean, you guys, I haven't seen this, so.
Well, you've seen
Right.
the order.
Well, it was what you proposed, Ms. Alexander.
So
Is
the
it-
modification.
Consider today.
I can list off what I propose. Is that what you're asking, Commissioner?
I am asking you to tell us again what you are asking us to consider. I understand that you, and I've taken note that you have asked for this to be downgraded to a warning letter, or also in consideration is a potentially dangerous yet modified order.
Yes, and the conditions that we're proposing, if the commission feels that a PDC is necessary, is number one, an insurance policy with at least $300,000 in coverage, and we have provided proof that that's already in place, and that's Exhibit 12. Number two, that a behavioral assessment be performed, which we have done twice by two different behavioral assessors. Number three, that Ms. Halloran follow up on all training as recommended by the assessor, Tekla Walton, which we've heard testimony will be for at least the next 6 months in home and at the facility. Number four, that Ms. Halloran at all times that Jack is at her property, maintain her 6-foot physical fence with the multiple locks on each gate secured, which are brand new gates as we provided proof. Number five, that the closed gate for dogs signs be displayed at all times, both on the inside of the gate for any workers in her backyard and on the outside of the gate. Number six, that microchipping be a requirement, which Jack does have. And number seven, that restitution be paid to the Hallorans for Max's medical bills. I'm sorry, to the Berdinskis for Max's medical bills, which I believe was, they put in the statement was $550, which we did offer to pay back on July the 9th and asked animal control about that and didn't get a response. So those would be the conditions that we would suggest would be sufficient for Jack to come home and for everyone to be kept safe and protected.
What about the secondary barriers?
We would agree that the secondary barrier of the invisible fence be added to that PDC, that proposed PDC order, that Jack be trained. And Ms. Halloran can provide proof. I'm not sure in what format she would provide it, but maybe something from the invisible fence company that Jack has been trained on the invisible fence and will wear the invisible fence collar at all times. Tekla could also confirm that in a subsequent letter to animal control that she has observed him using the invisible fence collar.
And what about secondary barriers inside the home, for example?
Exactly. Thank you.
We would, you mean a crate in a locked room? Is that what
No, a secondary barrier. So basically allowing, having two barriers before being out to the outside. It looked like the front of the house doesn't have a yard. Is that not correct?
No, it does have a yard. It's not the majority of the acreage, but it does have a front yard. But it's what, I apologize, I misunderstood. So you mean like a screen door or a storm door, or as opposed to just an open front door or an open back door?
Right. I mean, there are various ways of doing that, but just allowing, if you get through one, you have another one, maybe
Yes.
three.
We would absolutely agree to an interior secondary barrier on all exterior doors.
As well as you can do an electric fence barrier right at the front door as well, right?
And I have
Like they have pods and things that we could do in addition to a physical barrier.
Yes, we would agree to a secondary barrier.
But Mike, what Cynthia would sign off on with me, just so that everybody understands, and again, I alluded to this earlier, I stated her earlier, he's not to be outside in the yard unattended. Right?
I heard that.
Until such time that I would sign off on it, and I don't see that for at least 6 months.
Right.
The other thing is that she would actually go and physically check her gates before she takes them outside. That is something that she must do before that she must sign off on, that she will do. In the contract,
are you going to extend that 6 months?
I'm sorry.
Are you going to extend that 6 months?
I could potentially, yes. I would.
Saying if it's part of the order, would you agree
If it's part of the order, I would extend it, yes.
Or I just don't want it to happen to anybody else again.
Well, what Ms. Halloran is saying, and we understand this is your time for questions and testimony is over. We really want to respect that. But what she's asking me to say is, she's also very upset by this. She has lost sleep. She has cried tears. I personally witnessed her cry tears over this. She's very regretful and remorseful for the Budinskis and their dog. She's a dog lover. She doesn't want to see this happen again. So any of the conditions that would be reasonable, she will absolutely comply with for the PDC if that's what the commission feels is appropriate. We just can't agree to the neutering or the muzzling or the can't leave the state, things that would we don't feel are necessary to protect the safety of the community. But any other reasonable condition, we're certainly open to hearing and agreeing to.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Larry.
Commissioner, any other questions before we deliberate? Okay, I'm going to start with Greg.
Based on everything I've heard, there was an offense. I can see that the owner of Jack is being very proactive and trying to do everything in his power to stop this from happening over again. That makes me inclined to go drop it down one level, just as a potential order. This will ensure that another offense doesn't happen again. I'm not an expert on the neutering, so I don't feel comfortable saying that the pet should or should not. I'm more inclined to say no because he is a show dog. And I understand that she's invested into this dog. She's put effort. She wants to, it's something that she does probably. So again, based on everything I'm saying, I would just drop it down to potential. But the neutering, that's up for debate between you guys or the veterinarian that's on the committee. But if we do drop it down, I would still incline the muzzle as well. That would also ensure that it wouldn't happen again.
Thank you, Gregory. Charles?
The owners seems to be a very responsible owner based on what I've heard. Invisible fencing, the hardwood fencing, the river rock, chicken wire, the fencing hardware, the signage, the automatic closures, all the training. I understand this is also an investment. This isn't just a friendly dog owner. There's a business here. This dog is for show and for breeding. And I absolutely don't understand minimizing the injury to the dog or the injury to the owner of Austin and the other dog. There's no disputing that the dog attacked the other dog or the owner or injured the owner and the other dog. There's no question there. However, we do have this one incident. I don't see how you treat this any differently than you do other incidents where we say a singular incident warrants a warning. With all the efforts taken by with the dog owner, Jack, clearly clearly states how seriously she takes the matter. Again, I do understand it's a business. I don't know if it will happen again, but going on what we have, and if we want to go into the lineage, again, we've allowed so much stuff to conflate the issues that I don't know if that should even be considered. What I do understand is that we could just put her in a bubble and say nothing will ever happen again, but there's no absolute. And again, based on the one incident, just as in the previous case, to ensure that we're consistent, I would say this should go down. Well, one of the things I like to ask, if we make it a potential dangerous dog, if we make it a potential dangerous order, can we waive the requirement? Or how do those requirements affect, I'm sorry, not waive them, but I was wondering how they would impact her. Again, she said she wants to breed the dog. She wants to possibly sell the dog. Is that going to affect her never being able to complete these things based on still being tight or having a potential dangerous order issued against the animal?
A potentially dangerous order will carry and stay with the dog for its life. I mean, if the dog gets to be sold, that would have to be disclosed.
Okay, well, I would go down to a warning for this incident, for the dog Jack.
Okay, any other comments?
No, that's it.
Okay, Ed?
Yeah, the incident did not happen in an AKC environment. I tend to agree with Greg, a lot of what he said. I absolutely do not believe that it should be reduced to a letter of warning or a warning letter. The presentation definitely muddied the waters. It seemed to be all about Jack, the dog, and it kind of kicked the Burdinskis to the curb. And we got to remember that we're here for the public as well as for the benefits of the dog. Now, it was brought to our attention that the event of June 9th, 2020 was never in dispute. Largely, it was not in dispute as to the event, what happened. We had some guy with a hammer. It was incidental, offering a hammer, and people got ticked off behind that and everything. But when you pare it all down, do the law-abiding citizens have a right to walk their dogs legally outside without fear of attack, punctures of any kind, whether it's 1, 2, 3, with or without infections? And the answer to that question is yes, they do have that right. So what do we do to make sure that this does not happen again, not only to the Burdinskis, but to anybody else that is walking their dog or carrying their dog the way they should be on a leash? And that would be, and I'm torn. I got to tell you, I'm torn between leaving the dangerous order alone or reducing it to a PDO. I don't think I would be objective to reducing it to a PDO as long as the requirements stick. I agree with Greg. I think the muzzle should be in place. One question that just stuck with me through the whole thing, I think Officer Thomas brought it up, is if you're going to have work done in your yard and there are going to be people going in and out, the sign's fine, please close the gate, but it's going to have to be open at some point in time. If they're bringing in equipment, why didn't you put the dog in the house? I just couldn't believe that. I know that I would do that if I had a dog. I don't care if I had a 6-foot fence or whatever. I would place the dog in the house. And if that had happened, we wouldn't even be here today with this particular case. But anyway, the dog was at large, and it did bite, and it did cause some bites to another dog that was not at large, was being walked. So I'm torn between leaving the dangerous order alone or reducing it to a PDO. Like I said, I'm not going to object to reducing it to the PDO as long as the main guts of it stay intact. And speaking of intact, I will defer that portion of it to Stephanie, who could speak better on, whether a dog should be, neutered or not. I tend to agree with Greg. I think that's a personal choice. And, over this one issue, I don't think that the dog should be neutered per se. And I can appreciate all of the witnesses and everybody rallying around the dog. It's a show dog. It's a business. It's a common interest. But you got to take that with a grain of salt too, because it is a business dog. It's a show dog. So we cannot forget the Burdinskis in all of this. So, and I have not. So that's kind of where I am. I don't care if it stays, but I definitely don't want it going any lower than the PDO.
Thank you, Ed. Elizabeth? You're on mute, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, I have quite a few thoughts. I don't think that in any of these situations that we are forgetting about the victims or in the Max Austin and the Renencies. It's a terrifying situation, and I think we can all appreciate it, having heard so many cases before, and some of us being involved in similar incidents. So there's no diminishing that. I think the abundance of testimony was in an effort to present their case, and they are trying to show that Jack is at the same time should receive a fair assessment in this whole situation. So they have gone on, I would say, wouldn't we say that the defendant went well above average in trying to seek out information and hopefully, a plan to prevent this from ever happening ever again, which I think is her intention. I think that the fact that the dog is, a show dog and those other things is not, it is a fact. It is not necessarily to vilify anyone for having a show dog or breeding. That is not why we're here. We're here to look at the dog and the mitigating circumstances around the incident itself. The incident itself was, Ed, you talk about it. I mean, yeah, obviously in hindsight, I don't think that she would go out today based on the testimony that we heard today. I don't think she would go out today if somebody's working on her fence and, and not close that gate. I mean, this was certainly a wake up call. I think that maybe in her mind prior to this, obviously it wasn't as critical. She didn't have that information about the dog and what its, potential may be. And so, and everybody, we've heard a million cases where people make mistakes. I don't think that anybody is above a mistake. And then bad things happened. After that mistake, bad things happened. And it was a series of very unfortunate things that happened that caused, at the end, damage to a dog and trauma to the people and the dogs that were involved, all of them. And there's no denying the fact that the dog received puncture wounds. I mean, the dog had injury, no question. And that is, it's based on everything, we may have a very wonderful dog, which, we can all make that assessment ourselves based on the testimony, but at the end of the day, we still had an injury. But I do think that the way that this incident happened, the way that it happened and the resulting injuries were a total kind of lineup of that was the worst case scenario. With this particular dog, that was pretty much what happened, and the injuries that resulted were a pretty worst case. But that's what we have. So that's what we have to look at today. I feel that, although I understand, and I think that there's some potential in the warning letter, I don't know that it is enough based on, again, that resulting injury of this series of unfortunate, basically worst case scenario that happened. So I am pondering a lot of things here today, lots of notes, listened very carefully to all of the testimony, which I appreciate, actually. I mean, it was lengthy, no doubt lengthy, but I appreciate everybody for being here today. So, because there are a lot of people that care about this case, including all of us. So the PDO, the potentially dangerous order on the dog, I am willing to consider the potentially dangerous order on the dog. And I'm also willing to, there are a lot of personal opinions and there's lots of studies, lots of conflicting studies about neutering and not neutering dogs. And I have a lot of experience, not just with training and so on, but I would say that I'm okay with not neutering this dog and not requiring the muzzle. But all of the other things, this dog got out of the yard. That is extremely important. I think the dog should never be left unattended in a yard at this point. Should not be left unattended, really, ever. So, and that's a very good way of preventing something like this from happening again. All the barriers, the fencing, that's where I hit this so hard, and I think they will also. So that's where I am. That's it.
Stephanie?
Yeah, there's a lot of information that came to us, and I can see both sides. As my fellow commissioners talk about, it's a scary, traumatic thing to be walking your dogs and have another dog come up on you off leash, and it often doesn't end well, as we had. It's very scary, and there was injury, and everyone has concurred that yes, this incident happened. There's no denying that. What can we do to prevent this from happening? And I can appreciate that Jack is a great dog, and that they have taken this seriously and gone through a lot of measures. He's at a critical point in his age right now, where going from a puppy to adolescence, that this kind of behavior may show up. So they're doing exactly the right thing to address this behavior and modification right now. And it's going to set him up for a young dog, a year and a half old, to have the tools he needs to cope with different situations. So I think they're doing everything right. I would say, based on the bite incident, I'd be comfortable lowering it to a potentially dangerous order. And I would be willing to, as they mentioned, drop number 2, which is the crate and key lock inside the home. This happened outside the home of running at large, so I don't feel like that's important at this moment to protect the community. And I would say number 4, not requiring the muzzle. And then about neutering, as a veterinarian, I would say, yes, there are hormones that are required for skeletal development, and I've read the studies. I'm familiar with recommendations to wait a little bit longer for full skeletal development. So there's a lot out there, a lot of information, a lot of opinion. I will say, as everyone mentioned, the trainers mentioned, neutering a dog is not a perfect fix. It's not the end all. Training is where it's at. Can you reduce a potential of some higher drive and higher hormone instincts and prey drive? There's a reason why they keep working dogs intact. They have higher drive. They need them to be able to do that. So I would say that neutering can help, but it's not the end all. So it's not anything that I would push at this point. This dog has a lot of potential as a young dog with proper training to overcome this. And I want to see him succeed. And that's what we're here for, is to help Jack succeed. And then also, I think they took, and to see that the public is safe. And I feel like we're all animal advocates here, and we want to see everyone succeed. And I think they're giving Jack a great opportunity with all of that training. I feel confident that they are going to give him what he needs in that regard. So I would not require him to be neutered. I would be comfortable with the level of training that they're doing for behavioral modification, because that's probably the most important thing when it comes to this incident, from preventing it and public safety from this never happening again. So as I mentioned, I would say a potentially dangerous order, striking number 2 with the lock and key crate in the home, modifying number 4 to not require a muzzle, and not requiring him to neuter. I don't know what number that is on the PDO, but I was trying to find it on here, but that's what I would be comfortable. And that ensures that everything else would be, secondary barriers. We don't recognize, as I'm aware, animal control would come and inspect your home and tell you what is appropriate, but invisible fence, electric fence is not considered a secondary barrier. It would be more like baby gates, and storm doors are not secondary barriers. It'd be more like baby gates and things like that are at all entrances to the home. So I think those kinds of protections, as well as everything she's done to the yard with the fencing, I think will prevent this from happening ever again.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I have a question, Larry, real quick for
Yes.
Steph. It sounded almost like a motion. How do you feel about a muzzle only when being walked outside the house? A muzzle.
Are you asking me or Larry?
Well, it sounded to me like you're.
I was kind of working towards us getting towards a motion. Yeah.
That sounded like a motion in the works, and I just wanted to know if you would be okay with the muzzle only when being walked outside the house.
I think that this is more of a running at large scenario, and when the dog is on leash and with a handler and under control, I think that they can control the dog. I don't think that this happened when this dog is with a trainer or with someone. I think he, doesn't know what to do when by himself, and he didn't have someone there, and they'll act differently. And I think that this didn't happen on the leash, and I don't think that makes sense to me. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I needed to hear that from you.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Yes.
You mentioned multiple times that it was saying that if he gets a potential order, he won't be able to leave the county. Is that correct?
The current order does not allow the dog to leave the state.
Okay, if he's legal potential, he's not able to leave the state.
Right. Well, they're asking for that requirement to be relaxed.
Is that something you would add to your recommendation, Stephanie, too? Like that we take it off to?
Well, I do want to give this dog a chance as a young dog. It sounds like they've put a lot of work and effort into making sure, and they take this very seriously, that this never happens again. He has a lot of socialization. I think that this, I don't know if this is a one-off. I don't know if we're there yet. I don't think that we're there where we can see a pattern or a history with him just yet. It happened. So yes, he does have the potential, which is why I feel like leaving a potential order in place makes sense with some provisions, but I think that they're working very, very hard to be able to use him. And traveling, I don't know what number that would be of like, if a potentially dangerous order of him leaving the state, how that works. But I'd like to see him be able to continue to compete if that's what they want to do with him. Especially since they're just putting so much effort into seeing him be properly trained. And that's what he needs. And that's what we always hope, is that an owner would be responsible and train their dog properly, because oftentimes the situation is a normal animal behavior that we are training the owners to, set the dog up for success with better. It's often the people that don't have the understanding of situations and how to better help the dog. So I think they're taking it seriously and using quite a bit of training for that.
All right.
But that is a good question, Gregory. Does anybody know if a PDO would prevent the dog from continuing to receive that type of training and activity?
Well, what I was going to bring up is the fact that, we can relax the neutering, the muzzling, the leaving the state, but a dog that is labeled a PDO with a PDO carries that for life. And nobody is going to breed with a dog that has already been labeled and found guilty of being potentially dangerous. So, while they're running a business, that alone will kill it. And I think we're being generous by taking this from a dangerous order to a PDO. But that alone will kill the breeding opportunity for this dog.
Well,
I'm not suggesting we lower it to a warning by any means, but that dog will never be able to breed with that label on it.
And what about, and again, this owner, this is Charles, I'm sorry. This owner has taken incredible measures to address this. And again, I think we all agree. And then again, this does not diminish anything that the victims have said. I absolutely, again, side with the victims on what occurred. As the owner of Jack is addressing all these concerns, as you just stated, Larry, if we keep the PDO, then it's pointless to say we're going to take all these measures away when the purpose of the dog to live out and hopefully live out a valuable life is the reason that she is doing these. One of the reasons she's doing these things. I don't believe she's not a dog lover, but as well, this is a show dog. It's to be bred. It's to bring in future lineage of show dogs. And if it can't travel, and if it's labeled PDO, and again, we just had a case where there was one attack, and we said that it was warranted for a warning, and now we're saying because this one was one attack, and it doesn't warrant a warning, labeling it a PDO defeats the purpose of all the other things that they're trying to be addressed. With the $300,000 insurance policy, the behavior assessment, all these other things that this owner's taking, the fence, and I absolutely agree. And I want to be clear that I do not minimize what the victims have suffered. So I do take into account what they have brought to the table. But again, if we're concerned about the whole community, Jack is a part of that community as well. And I'll leave it there. It's been a long case, but I'll leave it there.
Well, I just want to say I completely agree with what you're saying, Charles, and that you know, we sometimes we do warning letters, and I know that we want to be consistent, but I will say that I look at every single case individually and try to make the best decision. And I know that sometimes that, you know, I don't know how that plays out, but what I'll say is that I truly try to look at each situation for what it is and how it happened, because there's differences. And so one bite case is a one-time incident may not always measure the same. And so that's, you know, how it happened and what happened. But to your point, the owner took great responsibility to set up Jack for success, and we want to protect the community and Max and the Brzezinskis. But I would say, you know, I'm not here to assess Jack in terms of their business. And I know that that's a consideration though, because but I'm not here to protect him as an asset in their business. And he would be great pet quality if they decide that they're not going to show him. Everybody else that we hear is, you know, wonderful pet quality, and he's definitely that. And if he's not, if there is this potential, maybe he shouldn't be bred anyway. I don't want to put an opinion out in regarding to that, but, and talk about lineage, which that is not, you know, bottom line is I'm not here to evaluate his business potential. I really want to talk about him as an animal, a pet, first and foremost. And so he has an opportunity to live a very happy life and success and keep everybody safe. Whether that ends up being valuable to them, I really don't want to muddle the waters and think that in my head. I'm trying to separate that so that I don't get confused with that. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just trying to communicate that.
I would like to add to that. I 100% agree with you, Stephanie, because I was going to mention that business has been brought up several times, and I don't really think that that's what this is about. Although that may be, you know, down the line, down the list, you know, as a consequence of the whole thing, showing and so on. But I don't believe that, you know, that's the first thing on everyone's mind. And I agree with Stephanie that this dog is a young dog and has a lot of potential. And what I look at it is that one of the worst things to do is not let the dog do those things that are going to make this dog a better dog, socialize, train, you know, go to various places and do what he was, you know, he can do. If he, you know, he can do it. So, and I think that makes him a better member of the community, not a worse member of the community. And so I think maybe there needs to be some clarification on that. And, you know, I feel the pain of reducing this to a warning letter. I do. I feel that pain. But I'm looking at it as a whole big picture and really a lot of risk assessment. You know, and one of the big factors in assessing this risk is the investment of time and money and effort, and I believe a lot of emotion involved in what they want to do and are doing for Jack. So, you know, and I you know, I think this is one of the first times, and I'm very happy to have heard, you know, a more long-term plan for a dog, not just a, you know, a quick assessment or one class. I mean, this is a dedication to it. So, you know, and the difference between the warning letter and the potentially dangerous, albeit not much difference except for the enforcement piece, which is the only heartache that I'm having with with that, because I believe the same could be the same, hoping that I am assessing the risk of the owner in the plan correctly. So
I appreciate that. Let me be clear. I want everybody to know that I am not considering this based on the business. It's just that square peg for square hole. If the best for Jack is a productive animal, productive canine, is show lineage, future good dogs, that's what I'm looking at. I am absolutely not taking into account finances and it being a business. Let me be clear on that. I know it does sound like what I'm saying is, hey, let's let this owner make more money. Let me be clear.
No, I know. No.
My consideration is greatest for the community as a whole. And again, I agree, the residents in that community shouldn't walk around timidly with walking their animals. I want to be very clear.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's on my mind, and I'm trying to separate it. You know,
and if anybody
sure.
else is out there watching this, I know what you're thinking as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You know, so
I'm just trying to separate it in my mind and make sure that I clarify that my thoughts and Elizabeth, I'm also just you know, like you said, that Jack can be the potential to be a part of the community, a better part of the community. And like you said, I am struggling with the warning letter versus potentially dangerous order. In that it's really hard. If he's not able to, you know, do what he's supposed to do and all of that, and we're not thinking in a business side, and we're thinking about him being a successful member of the community and as well. I mean, it's really hard, and I'm open to a warning letter, but we're just really hashing this out because it's really hard. I mean, there was an incident, and we want to do the right thing, but to your point, I have never seen someone do so much in terms of effort and training and a long-term project. Usually we have to still explain to people training. And I think they get it. And I think if there was ever a time to do a warning letter, even though there was an incident that was really terrible, I really think they get it. And I've never seen anyone bring so much to the table in terms of assessments and training and investment into this dog to see him succeed. So I do believe that they will, whether we do a warning or not, or a PDO with limitations, I think that they will comply. I mean, I think they get it, and they're doing all of this. So, and that's another thought there.
Okay.
I think they even agreed, Larry. I think they even agreed to lower to a PDO with the amendments.
Well, they did, but unfortunately, I'm well aware of the fact that people aren't going to breed with a dog that's labeled potentially dangerous. I mean, that's a label that doesn't go away. So the potential for breeding that dog is non-existent. And the other comment I want to make is, you know, I've been on this board for nearly 6 years, and you know, we have a dangerous order in front of us. And I know the temperament of this board, and in the past, you know, we're being generous by even reducing it. But knowing that the board and knowing the incident that happened, if we take the business part out of it completely, and this wasn't a show dog, chances are we'd reduce this to a PDO, and that'd be the end of it. There'd be no consideration of going to a warning. The reason that the warning enters into it is because this is a show dog in a business. But if that wasn't a part of this discussion, what it shouldn't be, we'd go to a PDO at best, and you know, the owner would be thankful. So.
And that was what was on my mind. That's what I was trying to say, is that I realize it's on my mind, and I'm trying to separate it.
I totally understand. And I think that's the only reason that the warning letter is even coming up as an option.
Well, I think the what they want to do with the dog is what's best for the dog. Let's see, how do we do this?
Yeah.
I mean,
is that best for public safety? That's the question.
I do believe it is. I do believe that additional training and socialization and those things on this particular dog, if this dog were older, you know, an older dog that, you know, these people weren't doing all of this stuff, then I think that, yeah, that would be a different situation. So it's a toughie.
Maybe
limiting that potential to be a better dog is also, you know, is definitely a struggle. I mean, you know, yeah, definitely. When you have people that are, you know, this dog has a chance of being, you know, a very if they follow the plan, which there's no indication that they wouldn't. And that's the other thing. I mean, I'm looking for chinks in the armor. I'm looking for any way in just to see whether, it has the, they're not committed to it. But I don't see that. I see a lot of dedication to that. So, and already a lot of investment, way more than we ever see. And that's a different circumstance today than in this particular case than we have seen before.
Agreed.
Maybe I'm asking this way too late. In most cases, a dog does a dog ever get released into an academy? Ever since I've been on the board, I've never seen that. Usually we keep it in the kennel, the animal control, for the whole extent until, we have the earrings. Why was there an exception for this dog? So,
well, I mean, I certainly can't speak for what the decision-making process was there, but I have seen it before. There have been dogs released to other a veterinary office. I can remember one of the cases. It's been a while now, but there was a dog released to a veterinary hospital. So I've seen it before. As to why this decision was made this way, I couldn't answer that.
Yeah, it was released. The order was amended to release it to a training facility for behavior modification.
Okay.
Larry, I got a question. It might be for legal. Do we as a commission, excuse me, have the authority to knock it down to a PDO, but set a timeline on the PDO? Like the PDO could be removed after a year and a half?
Right, that's a good question. I have no idea.
I don't believe it's not currently in the code. Although if you would like to add something like that, go, you can work on that one. But I don't believe it's in the code right now, but that'd be a current question.
Yeah, I would I know that we can put at the bottom of the ruling that we do today, we could advise the chief of police that receives it, but I think that's hearing that's a sticking point here, and it is with me as well. The dog's being trained. If I understand that Bella was its mother, and then if you want to keep the bloodline going, it should be able to breed. And if the PDO would keep it from doing that, maybe recommend to the chief of police that the PDO, pending no further incidents, be removed in a year or a year and a half.
Okay, the only problem with that is the intention was very clear that this dog is going to be shipped out of the state and spend most of its time out of state. If there was another instance out of state, we'd never know about it, because they're certainly not going to report it back to Anne Arundel County.
Well, that is the code. They're legally required to.
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying,
well, I'm aware of a situation recently in my neighborhood where a dog viciously bit somebody. Obviously I live in Anne Arundel County, viciously bit somebody, but when they went to the emergency room, in Prince George's County, and it never got back to Anne Arundel. So the dog is free and clear. So the reporting back is pretty loose.
In those jurisdictions, perhaps, but if something happened to Anne Arundel County, I know our Anne Arundel County animal care and control does report it to other jurisdictions. I think I can only speak for our county because I don't know about the others.
Right, I would agree, but if something happened in Ohio, somebody would have to disclose the fact that it was a Anne Arundel County owned dog. I mean, somebody would have to volunteer that.
I see your point, certainly.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
I mean, I'm hesitant to put that kind of a restriction on because you're just looking at the unknown.
To put pending no further incidents in Anne Arundel County, it'd be removed in a year.
Well,
yeah. Okay. Oh well, I'm trying to meet
I know
here.
I know.
I mean, I can certainly make a motion. It may not be a popular one, but I can certainly make one.
Well, we need to something on the table here.
This is with a very, it would be with a very strict tone. I make a motion to downgrade it to a warning letter for the incident.
Do we have a
I'd
second?
second. I'd second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Charles, is that an aye?
Yes.
Okay. Ed, abstain or vote it down? Okay, I chose to vote it down, but it passes 4-2.
No, I didn't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't either, but it passed 4-2. So thank you all.
All right, and just making sure,
Philip, I
Ed,
guess
that was
we're-
a no, correct?
That was a no from Ed and a no from me.
All right, just making sure, making the notes here. All right.
Very difficult.
Yes, it was.
One of our most.
All right. So that's the morning agenda. That's the end of that. If I guess we would make a motion to adjourn and then start the afternoon agenda from a couple minutes ago.
Okay, I move that we adjourn the morning session. We have a second?
Second.
Okay. We are ready for the afternoon, Philip. Thank you.
All right, so that ended at 1:14.
Wait, let me ask, does everybody need a bathroom break?
Yeah, at least 5 or 10.
Okay, we'll go 10 minutes. It's now 1:14. We'll go 1:24. Thank you.
Robin, if you would set up that slide, and we'll be back.
Philip, are we ready to go?
I am here. I don't see
All right.
anybody else backlight just yet.
Charles is here.
Robin, if you would take down the slide. And then we'll get commissioners to bring up your video.
You ready for me to read the statement?
Once we have the commissioners with their video up and we know everybody's here, we get cracking.
All right.
Gregory.
Gregory, are you there? Well, Philip, we do have a quorum. Can I get going?
Yes, sir. I don't think they'll be missing much this early.
All right. Good afternoon. You are attending the Animal Control Commission hearings for September 14th, 2020. The Animal Control Commission was established and is conducted in accordance with Article 12 of the Anne Arundel County Code. These are administrative hearings, and by nature they are informal, which means you are not hampered by rules of evidence. However, please be aware that you are still testifying under oath. Each party will have an opportunity to state their case. After each party states their case, they will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other party. Please do not interrupt the other party. You will be given ample time to talk. In many cases, we are aware that there is a history. You may briefly tell the commission about the history. However, please focus on the issue at hand. After each case, the commission will have open deliberations. During these deliberations, the public may not participate. If the commissioners have any additional questions, you may answer that question. No further information will be heard and a decision will be rendered. This decision is a recommendation to the chief of police or his representative. The recommendation of the commission will be taken into consideration and a final decision will be made by the chief of police or his designated representative. If, as the defendant in the case, you are unhappy with the decision of the commission, you may appeal. For citation cases, appeals are made through the District Court of Maryland. For administrative orders, namely potentially dangerous, or vicious orders, appeals are made through the County Board of Appeals. Philip, please call the first case.
Alrighty, our first case, we have Kovacs versus Wills for an affidavit of complaint involving a public safety threat citation for Beethoven the dog. Let's see. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. If you would please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get added in one by one to state your name and address, and then we'll get you all sworn in together. Let's see, Miss Wills, bring her up.
You can speak.
Sorry, what do I need to say?
Oh, you just say hello. My name's
Right, so you can hear us,
Hi,
right?
my name is Elena Wills, and I live at 357 Bolly Court.
Thank you kindly. If you would state the full address.
Oh, sorry, in Arnold, Maryland, 21012.
Thank you kindly. Hang on for just a second. We'll swear everyone in all together. Let's see. Bringing up Jesse Wills Lagar.
Yeah.
If you would unmute, Jesse.
Sorry,
If
what
you
was
would
that?
unmute, you're muted.
unmute.
Miss Jesse's muted.
I'm sorry, I was trying.
You're okay. If you would state your name and address for the record.
Jessica Wills Lagar, 6221 Oak Hill Drive in Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784.
Thank you kindly. And let's see, we just need Kovacs. I don't see her here. Let me double check. Nope. Give me one just a second. Let me reach out, see if I can contact her. Miss Kovacs has chosen not to attend. So that's our complainant. Oh.
Doesn't that mean it's dismissed, Larry?
Yes, if we don't have a complainant, this case is dismissed.
All right.
Make a motion and let's get on with it.
Thank
I
you.
move to
Thank you so
dismiss this
much.
case. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Betcha. Have a nice day. Please call the next case.
Yes, sir. Our next case, we have Craig Biggs versus Fela Scherer for 3 citations, 1 for public safety threat, 2 for animal disturbance prohibited for the dogs Oshi and Lucy. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. If you would please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature, I'll get you all added in one by one and then sworn in at the end. All right, I see Mr. Biggs there. And if you would unmute. Can you hear us, sir?
I can.
Perfect. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Craig Biggs, 1047 Rio Lane, Severna Park, 21146.
Thank you, sir. And let's see, we need to share. Oh, I do not see there. All right. Give me one moment. Let me see if I can contact her. All right, the number we have on file is not in service. Let me see if I can pull up another one real quick. Give me one moment. All right, both numbers on file are not in service. Let me just double check the list here, make sure she's not.
Philip, had you communicated with her previously?
She has received notices before, yes. I think I spoke with her 2 prospective hearing dates prior, but she requested postponement for the one, and Mr. Biggs requested postponement for the second. And now we're here today on the 3rd. And she has not reached out since then.
Well, just like the last one, it's pretty standard to uphold the complainant in this case without a defendant.
True enough.
So I make a motion that we uphold the complaint for all three complaints. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second, all in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you, Craig.
Yes, sir. Take care.
Please call the next case.
Yes, sir. Our next case, we have Monique Avery versus T.R. Jackson. 3 citations: public nuisance, public safety threat for Sparkle the dog. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. If you would please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get you added in one by one and sworn in at the end. Let's see. Jackson there, bring her up. Perfect, we see you well. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfection. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kiera Jackson, and my address is 8140 Mallet Shore Drive, Laurel, Maryland 20724.
Perfect. Thank you kindly. And let's see, we just need Miss Avery. Let me check this here. I don't see Miss Avery in the list. Let me try to contact her. Call went straight to voicemail. I'm gonna give that one more moment. And Miss Avery is not responding. Straightforward. So that is our complainant this time.
Make a motion to dismiss. You're muted, Larry.
Thank you.
I move to dismiss the case in light of the fact that we do not have a complainant. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you, Tiara.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Please call the next case, Philip.
All right, so the last one we have is Van Zant versus Connor for a public safety threat affidavit and citation for Ozzy the dog. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. Please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get you added in one by one. And we'll swear everyone in at the end. See Ms. Connor here, bring her up.
Hi there.
Hello, Ms. Connor. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Belinda Connor, 1804 View Top Court, Annapolis, Maryland.
Thank you kindly. And I see Mr. Van Zant there. Can you hear us, sir?
Correct. Yes, sure can.
Perfection. And if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, it's Gerald Van Zant, 1758 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Annapolis, Maryland, 21409.
Thank you kindly. And both of you, if I could get an affirmation at the end of this, do you declare and affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you both kindly. We may proceed.
And I just want to mention Tim Connor is here too, my husband.
Oh, is he on the line with you, or is he utilizing a separate line?
He's here with me.
I'm right here.
And he is wishing to testify?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so I have to swear you in as well, sir. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Timothy Connor, 1804 View Top Court, Annapolis, Maryland, 21409.
Thank you, sir. And do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Van Zant, you can proceed.
Okay. I'm not sure if the committee has read my complaint. I do appreciate your time, and I thank you for the time. This isn't something I've done frivolously. Essentially, on December 15th of last year, I was out walking my dog. I passed the Connors, I believe both Belinda and Tim, across the street. They had two dogs with them. I had my yellow lab on a leash. Everybody had their dogs on a leash. The dogs from across the street barked. My dog took a step or two toward their dogs, gave out maybe a wolf or two. The dogs across the street were barking quite loudly. At that point, we just kept walking opposite directions. Since this was on a loop through the neighborhood, about probably 15, 20 minutes later, in the same neighborhood, I was walking toward the Connors. I noticed that they were talking on the side of the road with a car that was stopped in the middle of the street. And as I came toward them, noting that the previous response of the dogs, I went on the other side of the street with the car that they were talking to in between us and proceeded to keep passing. At that point, as the car that they were talking to started pulling away, one of their dogs broke free out of his harness and came charging across the street to me and went right for my dog. Again, my dog was on a leash the whole time, a short leash. The dog that attacked my dog went for the neck and went for the rear hindquarters of my dog. It was circling my dog several times. I was doing my best to push the attacking dog away. I was actually ready to kick it, but I think one of the Connors came over and was attempting to get the dog under their control. I stepped a few feet away, my dog still being on a leash. Mr. Connor was still trying to get control of the dog. They asked me a couple of times if my dog was okay. I did a cursory check. I did not see any blood or any physical damage to my dog. There was saliva all over my dog, particularly in the neck area and on the hindquarters. I stepped a little bit further down the street. The Connors asked me if they could give me their contact information. I said no. At this point, I think I'm okay. I think my dog is okay. And I kept walking. And I got home. The dog was extremely shaken. I was extremely shaken. by this incident because it was just a very unexpected. Um, and later that day, I posted to the nextdoor.com website, which is a neighborhood website that the neighborhood association for the area we live has a sub website. I posted, not knowing the name of the Connors at the time or the dog's name or anything, I just posted a warning to the neighborhood that there were 2 Dobermans that were aggressive. I submitted this post to Philip last week so he could see it. Again, I did not know who the people were. All I knew is that there was an aggressive dog that attacked my dog. A few days later, there was a reply to the post from Mrs. Connor. And I was a little nonplussed to see that there was an accusation that my dog, particularly on the first meeting of the 2 dogs, when we first passed them, that my dog had partially instigated the attack. I did not agree with that, and I strongly rebutted her in a reply via Nextdoor the same day. This was a few days after the attack. A couple of people in the neighborhood emailed me immediately upon seeing my posts, saying that they were aware of these the dog. They had grandchildren living nearby the Connors and were very, very concerned. This was not the first incident. Again, this is hearsay. This is what I received via email, a statement of concern. I provided this email to the commission last week. One of the neighbors also, unsolicited to me, provided me with a doorbell camera video clip of part of the attack that shows the dog circling my dog and me walking away and examining my dog. Then the day after that, on the 19th of December, I received an email from the Homeowners Association president saying that he had had the incident referred to him, not by me, but by somebody in the neighborhood. And he urged me strongly to report this incident to the county. At that point, I had thought about it and I decided to let the incident go. I didn't feel like it was worth pursuing. There was no permanent damage to my dog, although I think psychologically he was a little skittish for a little while after this happened, particularly around other dogs. And then this past May, particularly on May 26th, I was out with my fiance, again, walking my dog in the neighborhood. And we saw in the distance, probably 50, 60 yards away, Mrs. Connor with her dog and a couple of other people. She made a very loud and very rude, and I thought snide comment to me, you know, don't get too close. We don't want to have another incident. And we just said, yeah, okay. And let them keep walking in front of us quite a distance. We slowed our pace and let it go. There was no contact between the dogs, obviously. But at that point, because of that comment, I made the decision to go ahead and pursue the complaint, because I think having that kind of attitude, it was not very nice. And then after that, I received on August the 1st, so I went ahead in late May and filed the complaint with the commission here, with the county. I received an acknowledgement from the county on June 26th that the complaint had been received. On August the 1st, I received a letter from an attorney here in Annapolis stating that I was harassing and these are quotes, harassing and persecuting the Connors and asking me to stop, cease and desist from doing that, or they were prepared to pursue legal action against me. I did not respond. This complaint had already been filed, so I just let it alone. I didn't know that this hearing was going to be scheduled until September the 1st, when I received the notice of the hearing from the county. Again, I'm kind of stunned because my original post to Nextdoor, I didn't name any names. I didn't know any names. I had decided to drop the complaint. Upon a second contact with the dog's owners, if anybody was harassed, it was me. I didn't instigate a second, you know, any any contact with the owners. And at that point was when I decided to file a complaint, which the homeowners association president had urged me to do from the get-go. So essentially, that's the fact as I see it. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Connor?
Yes.
So if I could start off and then my wife can jump in after. First of all, we're not here to dispute the incident at all. And Mr. Van Zant, we thoroughly apologize for the incident occurring. That, you know, is something that we've never experienced with any of our dogs before. And it was a one-time thing that has not happened since, or like I said, happened before. A couple things I guess to note is that this was a shock to us that 6 months later you filed this complaint after you know, all this time. And I guess Belinda can clarify, but in your posts you had asked that people give you a wide berth and stay away, and that's exactly what we did.
And in our training, everyone before you has notarized letters from a trainer, the lady that was walking with us with the incident, etc. Our trainer said, while this dog's in training, don't, when you come up on other dogs, don't distract him, don't tempt him, go the other way, keep distance. So let me interrupt. So that day when, my voice was raised because like you said, you were 65 yards away. And I specifically remember, and Dr. DiMarzio has signed a notarized letter to this. She was with us with her small dogs. We had 4 dogs with us. I waved and I said, I put my hand out and I said, wait, we don't want another incident. Can we get a little ahead? And I believe it's your fiance, as you said. She waved to me and said, no problem, neither do we. The next thing I know, we received this citation from 6 months later. We were absolutely flabbergasted. You admitted repeatedly there was no injury to your dog. Our trainer said if he got close enough to put spit on your dog, he could have very well bitten if he wanted to. Whoever told you that hearsay that this isn't the first incident, we know who it is. They hate dogs. They're very dog phobic. They have signs posted on their yard that say no dogs, please. And you were given some false information that there's been another incident. We've had no incident. Something else very important, the HOA president you refer to, we don't even have an HOA. He's falsely been representing himself as a president of an HOA that doesn't exist. And he had a go round with us. We've been harassed for 2 years. You may not know this, by Mr. Schinner. We have all kinds of proof. That's why we had to get an attorney. They didn't want us to build our fence for the dog. They did not want that fence built in the neighborhood. It was going to ruin the look of the neighborhood, which it didn't. It's a very extravagant fence. Mr. Schinner jumped on your post because he knew it was us and put out this blasting, exaggerated story of what happened. I also called him out on it and said that is slander. You all also are copied on that. And he posted it on a forum that I could not even reply to tell our side of the story to. We did seek an attorney who is ready for lawsuits. We're not. We're trying to make this all stop. The most important thing here is I couldn't have been more, we were shocked that you said I was harassing you, snide, and threatening you, doing exactly what our trainer and you said to do. We did exactly what you asked. Now, prior to you sending this, there is an incident. Mr. Van Zant, you saw us. We were walking down the hill with 2 dogs. It's our neighbor's dog that Ozzy plays with every day. We were walking down the hill and I turned around and I saw you, your fiance, and your dog. And I said to my husband, Tim, pick it up. It's the Van Zants. It seemed, I'm just telling you, it seemed the faster we walked, you were gaining on us on that hill. So I didn't know if, and it was before you filed this citation. I didn't know if maybe you're like, I'm just not getting the reaction, the dog's more under control. What made you do this 6 months later to us and to our lawyer is harassment, not us harassing you. This has gotten so confusing. So you insisted your dog wasn't injured. I begged you to take it to the emergency ER, even though I knew he wasn't injured. I wanted to do everything possible. We emailed you on that greater post, replied to yours saying it should have never happened. We never ever said that that's acceptable. We never ever are going to put our dog on a harness again. He's on a choker. We got training scheduled the next day, as I told you, the next day, and we said this would just never happen again. And we've had no incident. He plays with dogs all the time. Does he bark when a dog goes running in front of his fence? Yes. We have children sticking their hands in to pet him, which we've asked people to stop. We have dogs all the time unleashed. We've been attacked in our neighborhood. I don't think you realize how many dog attacks we have in our neighborhood, but nobody does this because there's no injury. And Mr. Schinner's dog also attacked somebody. I'm sure he didn't tell you that when he encouraged you to report this to Anne Arundel County. We get dogs run off electric fences every day in our neighborhood. I'd be surprised if you haven't been confronted since then by another dog. I'd be very surprised because we all have. But there's no injury, so we just let it go. As long as the owners are doing their part and making sure it doesn't happen again like we did. So your citation is completely false as written.
Ms. Connor, I really appreciate you trying to make amends with Mr. Van Zant, but the testimony has to be directed to the commission, please.
I'm sorry. It's for you all to hear as well. So I'm trying to say without being rude to him, this is an absolute lie.
I understand. I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Sure.
Make sure that we don't get into a back and forth that will be unproductive. I just want us to keep it really positive and productive and try to get to the bottom.
Absolutely. I
Thank you.
apologize.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify some statements that Mr. Van Zant stated, at no time did we ever make an accusation or try and divert any blame to Mr. Van Zant as being the provocation. Like I said, the incident happened. It was unfortunate. Again, we haven't seen the video, but if you saw the full video, you would have seen that the dog was under control to a point until he then backed out of his harness. Again, it was unfortunate. It happened. We are very happy that there was no injury. We tried to make amends at that point, and there was no action taken for another 6 months or so. Again, this seems to be blown out of proportion by a third party here who was encouraging Mr. Van Zant to make these claims well after the fact. And that's really what we want to get across.
And that the person who encouraged Mr. Van Zant to make these claims has been harassing us, documented, for 2 years, and is falsely representing himself as a president of a homeowners association that does not exist. Does not exist.
And again, also, although Mr. Van Zant didn't call anybody out by name or people know us in the neighborhood. We walk the dog every day. This was actually the first time we've ever seen Mr. Van Zant walking his dog.
He doesn't live in our neighborhood.
And we're the only owners of a Doberman within the neighborhood. So it's not too hard to figure out who was walking the dog, who was part of the incident.
We do have some slander things going on as a result of this, that we're doing nothing with unless this doesn't stop. And we can't accept this citation, how it's written, to go in our dog or our file. There's some pretty bad things in here, and we have proof to dispute all of it. And that's why we're here today.
Well, I'll just go to the facts. The bottom line here is that a dog got loose and attacked my dog. And that should not have happened.
And that is not disputed.
There were at least 2 bites to my dog.
But there were no bites.
Maybe not breaking the skin, but my dog's neck and throat area and hind end were definitely bitten. There were neighbors.
Hold on, I'm gonna remind you that it's testimony to the commission, like Elizabeth had reminded you before. So it's testimony to the commission, no arguing between each other, please.
Cool.
May I speak?
Mr. Van Zandt, are you finished?
I had a couple more points. As I showed, there was a neighbor who expressed concern to me after the incident. The commission has a copy of that email. I was encouraged at the time, not 6 months later, to file a complaint. I did not at the time. I only did because I felt, as well as my fiance who was with me, both felt we were harassed at the time. You know, the bottom line is there was a dog attack here, and you know, the dog was not under control. The owner is responsible for the dog being under control, and that did not happen in this case. And that's the bottom line as far as I'm concerned. I'm done.
Thank you. Connors, any additional comments?
Yes. We were told repeatedly by Mr. Van Zandt, there were no bites, but there most certainly was saliva. We were told, I won't even get into hearsay, but that he even told others there were no bites. But he himself stated that. You have that in front of you. Now all of a sudden today there are bites. So something is just not making sense. We were told repeatedly there was no bites. Yes, my dog got saliva on him. And our trainer said that dominance mouthing, if he wanted to, he would have most certainly bit Mr. Van Zandt's dog, which would have been horrible. But he had every opportunity. That minute, he was off of his harness as we were trying to get him back on his harness. This was a zero injury case. There were no bites, and that's why I insisted he go to the vet, but he didn't take him because he said there were no bites. It is an attempt of dominance. There's no question he was attempting dominance. I've provided you with videos. He does that with all his playmates. You can see that. The videos I sent, he absolutely does that to this day. We just came from the dog park 2 hours ago. A dog mounted him, another male, intact. Mine just turned and got away from him. Sometimes he dominates, sometimes others do, but we have no history. And in response to this person who keeps saying he's the president of an HOA that we do not have, I also have another notarized letter from in front of you saying we are on the board of resident association, and that was never verified that happened. It was never discussed. That Mr. Schinner sent it on his own without permission and represented the whole resident association. It was not. There's the people that you see that letter we have are saying this was not from the association, or that's not true. It was, and there's no known any complaints ever of this dog doing anything elsewhere. So I think that someone is getting some misinformation. We do have a few enemies in the neighborhood over our fence, a few. And I think this was a great opportunity for them to bring it on with the dog. Yes, our dog did get away from us and cause no injury. And we would have been, like I said, we too would be irritated, very irritated if something like this happened to our dog, but we would have been grateful there was no injury and that the owners took action. So we don't know what else we can do, but this citation is absolutely false. And we started training immediately, and you have a notarized letter to that from his trainer. And the trainer who also told us, like I said, she said to go the other way. So when I asked for the extra space, I got accused of harassment. And that's why we're here today. That's why I didn't pay the fine as is. We're not even disputing a fine. Of course we'll pay the fine. It's the way the citation is presented with a lot of falsehoods in it.
Ms. Connor, can you confirm that there have been no other incidents of getting out of the harness or collar or yard or any of those since this
I can say this under oath. There is absolutely no incident of this dog doing anything other than he runs up and down his fence. It's about a half an acre area fenced in. He runs up and down his fence when other dogs or people are, or when kids are sticking their hands in to pet him. It's not incident. There is no incident of any aggression, any attack, any getting out of our control. There's nothing.
I just wanted to confirm that there has been no running at large incidents.
None. None before, none after, none. This is the only.
Okay, this is it. Out of the harness and straight to Mr. Van Zandt and his dog. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Connor, I have one question.
Yes.
There are no charges that this dog bit anybody. I mean, the charge is public safety threat. And if the dog was off leash and at large and came at somebody in an aggressive manner, that's a threat.
We agree with that completely. But this, with no injury, we're making sure that no, he's not put on some potentially dangerous, because there's no injury. We want to make sure that the way this file is written, I'm a business owner and I have some legal obligations in some places to put in paper that I'm harassing him. The complainant is not something I am going to accept and just say, okay, because then I felt paying this fine because of everything that's in the citation. I couldn't pay the fine as it is. We never disputed that our dog got off of us, went running over and mouthed and spit on his dog. We never disputed that. But it was zero injury when he could have, and we've never had this happen again, and it never will. We're not trying to
we appreciate your testimony today and clearing up the facts as you see them or as you experience them. So thank you for being here today, all of you, Mr. Van Zandt as well. That's what we want. That's why we're here, is to hear your testimony, the facts, and come to a conclusion here today on the commission.
Yep. Is there any other testimony before we close the testimony and deliberate? Ms. Connor?
I have everything. Have you seen everything in front of us? I think I've covered it all. We sent everyone, Mr.
Yes,
Paul.
we have a binder with copies, or I do.
Okay,
anyway.
then that's all of our testimony.
I have a question, Larry, for each party, just real quick. So I
go ahead.
And one at a time. Mr. Van Zandt, what is it that you want the commission to do for you today?
I would like, as I applied for, I would like to see a citation for the dog, for the fact that the dog was off leash and aggressively attempted to attack my dog. There was bites. The skin was not broken, but saliva just doesn't flow out of a dog's ears. It flows out of the mouth. And that dog's mouth was on my dog in several places of its body. And I would like to see the punishment being a citation for the dog being off leash, because that, to me, that's a mark of a responsible dog owner, is that your dog is on leash. One's dog is on leash and under control at all times in public. That's all.
Understood. Ms. Connor?
We agree 100% that we should be cited for the time he did get off. We don't want this written citation the way it is, with all that harassment and that I threatened him. That kind of thing is not something I can allow to go on file. This is against us, not the dog. The citation isn't against the dog, it's against us. And that's where we're trying to get the citation to charge us that our dog got off of his harness and did run over and spit on Mr. Van Zandt's dog. Definitely cite us for that. And in my writing response to this, I said from the beginning, we are not trying to get out of this citation whatsoever. We just cannot accept.
Okay, thank you. I got a clear understanding now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other testimony before we close and deliberate? Connors?
We're okay, thank you.
All right. I'm going to start up on the upper left as normal. Charles? Charles, do you have comment?
I accept, yes, I'm sorry, I couldn't get off mute. I accept it as charged at large.
Public safety threat.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
While I understand that they don't want the verbiage of someone else's testimony about harassment, they're not disputing that the dog was at large and there was an incident. So I think that the citation holds, and we don't have any power to redact any parts of someone's testimony, correct? I mean, we can't, we're not here to intervene between these interpersonal or personal conflicts. That's not what we're here for. We're here about the dog and the incident, and that's it. If there's other verbiage in there, a lot of times there's this backstory that we always say. There's a lot that goes on in neighborhoods, and there's usually some sort of history there. But that's not for us to decide and talk about, and so that we sort of keep that off the table. However, I understand what they're saying. It is written in this citation, but it doesn't go any further than this. I don't know if there's any way we can help them with that, because that's, what they can do is tell their side of the story, and that's their testimony, and that's that. I mean, I think that's kind of what they wanted to do, is tell their side of the story, submit their testimony, and that will be documented as well. But we're not here to decide that. I mean, so the citation stands in terms of what happened with the dog, and that's what we're here for. And then anything else, they are here to present their side of the story and have that documented as well, and leave it at that. But I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts beyond that.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ed?
I basically agree with everything that has been said so far. Yeah, as far as we're animal control and care and control, we're not neighborhood watch. And we realize that some things get testy between neighbors when their pets get involved in certain things. But that's not what we're here to control. We're here to control the animal. The animal did go at large and did do an attack that has not been denied or mitigated. So I think the citation should stand. Any other personal issues, I think should be another forum would be appropriate for that, not this one.
Thank you, Ed. Elizabeth?
Okay. First, I want to say I'm very happy that no one was injured. We had no injury of the dog or person other than the trauma, which is significant, of course, when you have a dog running at large your way. So I think that both parties did a very good job presenting their cases and their arguments, and I think that went a long way, maybe in clearing up their positions and how they see the situation. And I really hope that moves forward into productive conversations, or at least being able to live more clearly in the community, because we all know that these things can be a result of lots of other factors than just the incident that we're here to discuss today. So I hope, and I think optimistically for sure, that things are going to be moving in a much better direction after today, since they were able to present their cases. I think that the citation itself is appropriate as it stands. There's no question. The dog got out of the harness. No one is saying that it didn't. And it did approach a dog, lawfully restrained domesticated animal, in a perceived aggressive manner. Okay, so I just want to be careful about using the word attack. It's not in the code. I know that we say that, and it certainly felt aggressive to the recipient. So I totally agree with the citation as it is based on that. But I hope again moving forward that that this hopefully clears up some things that in the neighborhood for them.
Charles, are you there? We lost your picture. You're on mute.
Yes.
Yep, I'm good. 8:20 tomorrow morning. I give you a call back.
Any questions? Already said citation stand.
Oh, okay, we didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No
All
problem.
right, I would agree. Do somebody make a motion?
I make a motion, citation stands as written.
Second?
Second. We didn't hear from Greg, though, I don't think.
I don't have, I agree with everyone, based on everything. I see the citation here myself, and it just keep it as it is.
I apologize, Greg. The pictures suddenly got all jumbled, so you were out of order. I'm sorry. You're out of sequence, not out of order. We have a motion and a second to uphold the order. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you all. Philip, keep your picture up. I want to talk to you a second, and out with the other commissioners present. Is the lawyer on the line? I see his name there, but I haven't heard from him all day.
I believe Kern is here.
Kern, you're there? Okay. What I wanted to bring up was twice today it came up where the commissioners interrupted testimony, telling them to direct their testimony towards the commission and not to the other party. But yet the message that I have to read at the beginning of these sessions goes as follows. Each party will have their opportunity to state their case. After each party states their case, they will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other party. Please do not interrupt the other party. You will be given ample time to talk. So if we don't support that, we need to change that language.
I would say that there's a difference between cross-examination of a witness and basically giving your own testimony, directly refuting a witness, and just talking over them. So just like Ms. Alexander did, they're obviously entitled to cross-examine a witness during the hearing. But that doesn't give them the authority to basically tell their own version of events as a rebuttal to that witness. So if they're testifying, they can testify to the commission. If they want to ask questions and cross-examine, they can get permission of the commission to do so, and they can ask those questions. But that's not an invitation for them to basically tell their own story to the witness who's doing the testifying.
Okay,
Yeah,
I guess I'm confused because the statement here says after each party states their case, they will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other party.
I think in a perfect world, the order of events would be something to the tune of the complainant states their case, the defendant states their case, and then we jump back to the complainant for them to counter, and then the defendant to counter, sort of how a courtroom would normally flow. I think that would a perfect world, but the interruptions gotta no.
No, I understand that, but
It's my understanding that structure, there has to be structure around it so that it doesn't get into something that we can't understand the testimony because they're interjecting constantly based on what they just said instead of completing that testimony and then saying their own testimony and or asking questions, So that's how I saw it today, and I just didn't want it to go down.
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying that I thought the instructions were a little confusing if we tell them up front that they can talk to the other party. So
yeah, so how the instructions are written are similar to a courtroom proceeding, similar to trial. They'd be able to have Officer Thomas testify, then the attorney or the other party would be able to ask Officer Thomas questions to, like they did today, to drill down on, well, when do you look into certain things? What do you, get other information from Officer Thomas, like the notes on the document. But they don't get to say, no, here's what really happened. That would be their own testimony, which they can then give when they're testifying to the commission. So they do get to ask questions of the parties. They just can't use that time to make their own statements.
all right, thank you. Any other business? I do not have the minutes from last meeting, so we can't vote on them. I guess if there's no other comments, we are ready to seek a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Believe it or not, it's unanimous. Thank you all, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Bill.
Bye.
Bill, excellent job.
Thank you. I
Have a good
appreciate all
evening,
your
everybody.
patience. Have a lovely one.
Thanks.